Okay. Big night, lots on the agenda today. I can tell by this full crowd, we have a unusually large packed gallery here, and I want to thank everyone for showing up and coming. The weather is not the best, but it demonstrates and shows your concern and involvement with the community. Item 1 on the agenda tonight, I'd like to call is the call to order. I would like to call the Committee of the Whole meeting of January 21st, 2026 to order. Good evening, everyone. My name is Mike Mekulik, Councillor and Chair of the Community Services and Infrastructure Committee. I would like to begin by reading a safety notice. In the event of an emergency, please evacuate council chambers to the nearest exit through the council doors and obey all instructions given, and if assistance is required, please see the Deputy Clerk. Once you have evacuated the building, please gather in the front parking lot outside of Town Hall. Please ensure your cell phone is on silent or turned off. And lastly, the Town of Lincoln Committee of the Whole meetings are posted on the YouTube channel. Closed captioning is available on all our videos by selecting the closed captioning button on the bottom right of the video. Item 2, roll call. Members of committee are in attendance with regrets from Councillor Murray and Councillor Pachariva. Okay. We have staff in attendance in person and remotely. Also in attendance, we have representatives from the Ministry of Transportation, the Niagara Regional Police Service, the Museum Advisory Committee, the Beamsville BIA, Lincoln Chamber of Commerce, Affordable Housing Lincoln, and the Housing Select Committee. Declaration of interest. Are there any declarations of interest this evening? Seeing none. Item 4, confirmation of agenda. Do members have any amendments to the order of agenda? Seeing none. Statutory meetings. We have no statutory public meetings this evening. Item 6, consent agenda. We are now considering the consent agenda inclusive of Museum Advisory Committee minutes of October 16th, 2025, and the Housing Select Committee minutes of October 21st, 2025. Would any member of committee like to remove an item from the consent agenda to discuss? Don't see any. Perfect. There being no further discussion, I have a motion moved by Councillor Reimer that all items listed under the heading consent agenda for Wednesday, January 21st, 2026 be adopted and recommended. Museum Advisory Committee minutes of October 16th, 2025, and the Housing Select Committee minutes of October 21st, 2025. I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is open. Councillor Rajima, may I have your vote verbally, please?
In favor. It's not coming up. Okay.
There we go.
The vote carries.
Okay. Item 7, Community Services and Infrastructure Committee agenda. We will now begin the Community Services and Infrastructure Committee agenda. Item 7.1, delegations. For delegations this evening, we have Nick Korakas, Manager, District Operations, Ministry of Transportation, Rob Kane, Enforcement Supervisor, Ministry of Transportation, and Staff Sergeant Dylan Bourgeois, Niagara Regional Police Service, in attendance to speak to item 7.2.1 Truck Bypass Monitoring Pilot Project, update PW 01-26. They will be available to answer any questions that committee might have following the staff presentation. 7.2 reports. We will now consider item 7.2.1 Truck Bypass Camera Monitoring Pilot Project Update PW-01-26. The Director of Public Works, will provide a presentation. Director Dave Graham, please go ahead.
And thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council, for giving us an opportunity this evening to provide an update on the 2025 truck bypass camera monitoring pilot project. So this pilot project aligns with council's strategic priorities, and primarily when you look at promoting a healthy and safe community, as we continue to develop and implement road safety initiatives such as speed reduction, traffic calming, and in this particular case, joint truck safety blitzes and enforcement initiatives. So how did we get here? So truck safety strategies are a high priority for the town in responding to resident concerns to help improve road safety throughout the community. So back in April of 2019, council passed a resolution regarding truck safety in Lincoln, and one of the main action items was to undertake scale inspection station avoidance enforcement blitzes. So a little bit of chronology on this pilot project. So back in 2022, that's when the truck camera pilot project received funding to support the installation of 2 cameras at that time. And then in 2023, the camera system became fully operational. Then the following year, we actually added a 3rd camera, and that was in response to feedback from our enforcement team. And that focus was really on the Jordan Road bypass route at that time. And then last year, as a result of the town's good working relationship with the region and part of the Vision Zero Road Safety Plan, the Niagara region became an official funding partner with the town with this important initiative. So to report on some of the data that we collected last year, again, these are on our bypass routes that are being monitored. So King Street west of Victoria Avenue still continues to carry the highest volume of daily truck traffic, and we recorded approximately 222 trucks per day, and that represented about a 9% increase from the year before when we collected those results in 2024. But just to give some context to that number, you know, we have been in collaboration with the Niagara Region Transportation staff. And, you know, that volume is within an expected range for the movement of goods on a regional road like King Street. So there's no alarms with that volume, but I just wanted to report on it in terms of the total truck volume. In terms of the Jordan Road bypass route, we were looking at an average of 142 trucks per day, and that was reflecting about a 30% or 61 truck decrease from the year before in 2024. And then our other bypass route that we're monitoring, Green Lane, we did see a drop in that as well, about an 18%. And it's about 35 trucks per day, what we collected last year. So a few comments on those results. In terms of the downward trends that we're seeing on both Green Lane and the Jordan Road bypass exit, we really feel, you know, there was some factors last year that contributed to that. We had the King Street bridge replacement in the Jordan Hollow. And then on Green Lane, we were replacing some water main just west of Victoria Avenue. So we figure that, you know, that may have impacted traffic in general and trucks as well. So we're kind of thinking that's probably the main reason for those decreases. But again, we're going to be monitoring it this year, and you know, we'll have a better understanding of what the volumes look like without any construction. The data also demonstrates It's seasonal variations, which makes total sense. Obviously, in the spring, we see the truck volumes go up, starting in April, and then they taper off as we head towards winter months. And truck volumes on weekends are consistently a lot lower than the weekday activity. Yeah, and to make some comments on our bypass blitz days. So the enforcement team, consisting of MTO and NRPS and other agencies when they're available, they've conducted a total of 810 inspections since 2023. So that's pretty impressive. Some metrics from these inspections. So what we were sort of looking at is about a 33% of the trucks that were deemed out of service, highlighting some of the significant compliance issues. 82% of the drivers were issued tickets for various infractions. 5% of license plates were seized. There was even an arrest made in one of them. So I would say, these results really underscore the critical role of this bypass blitz program in helping to identify non-compliant vehicles and drivers, as well as enforcing safety regulations and promoting overall road safety within the region and on our roads. So some next steps. So we're going to continue to collect more data as we head into this year to gain a better understanding of truck traffic patterns and trends throughout the year regarding the Vineland truck station avoidance situation that we're monitoring. And obviously, we're going to continue to collaborate and work together with MTO and NRPS to focus on commercial vehicles avoiding the Vineland truck inspection station. And here's a picture of the enforcement team in action. And, I'd like to take this time to acknowledge our MTO partners and our and Niagara Regional Police partners. They're here this evening, some representatives from those agencies. I'd like to acknowledge all the work that goes into these blitzes. It takes a lot of coordination and resources, and it's a lot to pull together, and just want to say thank you for their ongoing support in helping make our roads safer. And with that, if anyone has any questions, be happy to help answer those, and as well as our partners are here as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Dave. I'm going to say, Nick, where's Nick? Nick and Rob and Sergeant Dylan Bourgeois, would you care to come to the podium and perhaps add a few thoughts of what you think about all of this and how it's working out, and what you see, benefits, challenges, improvements, anything like that that you could offer? It's not in the script, but
Sure, go ahead.
feel confident that.
Yeah, I'm a huge supporter of it. Just even looking at those numbers that are up there and seeing the impact that we've made. One other item that wasn't on there that's on our list as I went through today is even one of the vehicles that we've had in 2025 was impounded for 15 days. So it met our critical defect criteria. And in those circumstances, we have the contents of that vehicle offloaded, and we actually have it towed to our impound facility for 15 days and hold it. And charges be laid against companies and drivers. So to know that these vehicles are intentionally bypassing our scales, they're getting caught by these cameras, we have the ability to go out there and intercept it and find the critical defects that we're finding and impounding these vehicles for 15 days. Just goes to even show some of the severities of the defects that we're finding. And even in respect to the defects that we're finding, there's always, it's brakes out of adjustment, it's cracked frames, loose missing wheel fasteners, hours of service violations. It's such a broad spectrum of issues that we're finding when we're out there. And just knowing that these operators and drivers are intentionally trying to avoid us, yeah, I just am seeing real time the impacts that's having on the town, right? With that surplus of vehicles out there, and the fact that we have the ability to utilize that infrastructure and the technology that's provided to us to respond and see those vehicles that are out there and bring them back and take them off the streets is huge. So from an impact perspective, it seems to be working really well.
Perfect. Nick, what are your thoughts on all this?
Hello, everyone.
Just quickly,
Nick Karakis.
I know we
Yes, no, definitely, and we're continuing to make investments ourselves, and we thank you for your investment. The investment that we are making, we've hired 10 additional officers. That's a big increase in the Vineland crew. We went from 2 teams to 4 teams now, and we also went to a 7/24 schedule, so you'll see the inspection station open quite a bit. One of the other investments is we purchased $1 million X-ray truck, and that's also going to be used to X-ray a lot of the vehicles coming through and on the bypasses as well. So I just wanted to share that operational, the tools, we're continuing to supply the tools to our staff to keep up the good work that we're doing.
Hi, thank you. Yeah, we remain committed and thankful of the Niagara region, the town of Lincoln, and the MTO for continuing to allow us to be part of this important partnership. Obviously, this relates to just a portion of our proactive efforts at maintaining roadway safety, specifically as it relates to West Niagara, or in this case, the town of Lincoln, and we'll continue to hopefully be part of it.
Fantastic. Okay, so we do have some questions from council, members of council on. We're going to start with Councilor Russell.
Thanks, Chair Mikulik. Through you to the presenters. Again, I just want to thank you all for all the time and all the effort that you and your teams put into this. I had the privilege to go and sit with you for a few hours in the spring and get a tour around and actually get to see what happens behind the scenes on one of these blitzes, and I was absolutely amazed. And if there's any council members or staff that have the ability to do that, again, I highly recommend it to really get the insights into what is actually happening and the power and the passion that the team puts into this to make sure that, again, our roads are safer and our communities are safer. So I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I might a little bit. Is there anything that we could do to further increase the support for you in this initiative, or any further supports that we can provide you, again, either now or down the road, to make this project even more successful?
I would just say, like right now, honestly, and feel free to chime in, like sustainability, like it seems to be a bit of a we've got it to like a well-oiled machine where we're operationally, things seem to be going good. When we get our notifications in, if we have the officers' availability to go out and try and intercept those vehicles, that's good. Like Nick had mentioned, just even having the increase in our staffing complement, moving up to a 4-team model, the actual amount of coverage that we're going to have now as a district is going to be not like on a 24/7 model. So we're going to start having staff that are working every day of the week. We're going to have more night shifts, things like that. So from your commitment, I would just say, yeah, just continuing to support the initiative. Dave and Diane have been great on coming out on Blitz days and supporting us. You know, and we've worked on days where it's pouring rain and sweltering heat, and just, yeah, even providing, you know, the lunch and things like that has been huge. And it's becoming a bit of a team environment, a family environment. It's kind of a bit of a reunion, and feels like, you know, people look forward to doing those specific days, and just celebrating the victories and the wins that we find on those days is huge. So we thank you for your support of what's been going on, and look forward to hopefully continued partnerships.
Okay, great. And again, through you, Mr. Chair, if anything comes up in the future, again, talk to Dave, have him reach out to us, and again, if there's anything we can do to help, again, we'll be all ears.
Appreciate that, and I just want to echo what Rob just said. One thing that maybe we should look at too, and it came up today with my new staff and the new sergeant that I hired. He's a former police officer. Maybe we should look at, and I don't know the logistics involved with your particular bylaw laws, maybe having us blended in somehow into the bylaws to be able to write certain charges, which would be the disobey the truck route signs, et cetera, because those are probably charges we could write when they're found to be off truck routes and they're not on a truck route. So maybe that's something else that we could possibly look at, adding MTO somehow into that piece of bylaw legislation.
Okay, maybe that's a takeaway for us. Thank you.
Perfect. Next I'm going to go with Councillor Rinchema.
Thank you, Chair Mikulik. Thank you. Thank you, Chair Mikulik. Thank you for the presentation, Director Graham, and thank you for coming forward and sharing with us your personal experiences with the program. I know that we're sort of a trailblazer, this municipality, in getting this program going, and it's been obviously very successful from my view. For many decades, we've talked about inappropriate truck traffic coming through the downtown Beamsville, et cetera, bypassing the way stations. It's been a problem, and this is a really good, effective way at dealing with it, and I'm really happy with what I'm seeing so far. My question is, I know at one point when this first started, we talked about the cameras going out, and they were in 2 locations, and it was kind of like, let's not really talk about where they are because we don't want to give everybody a heads up. So I don't know if that's still a thing. I think it's been out there in public reports. So that's one question. Does everybody know where those cameras are? And the other question is, when you pull people over, are they kind of surprised at how you're getting their information? And what kind of feedback are you getting when you pull people over?
Thank you for the question. I don't think it's public knowledge like that. I mean, I feel like it's been out there, like it would be for locals and things like that. They would probably have more of an understanding of where those cameras are located. And I wouldn't even say it's necessarily even needs to be a secret. I mean, sometimes knowing where things are and knowing that that infrastructure is there is going to add to that. You know, we always talk about officer presence being the first line of enforcement, right? And so even from that sense, I think if people know that that's there, they might think twice about using the bypass routes. With the amount of truck volume that's coming through, and this being a throughway for domestic imports and things like that coming out of the States and into Canada, going to the GTA, there's such a volume of traffic that's outside of the sort of local Niagara region and area that's coming through and going to the GTA. It doesn't really, they wouldn't necessarily have that knowledge that we have that infrastructure there. And I find that when we are stopping the drivers on the side of the road, yeah, like they would be kind of surprised. And you ask them where they're coming from, where they're going. They're not even really, I find it odd that they won't try and come up with an excuse. They'll say, I'm coming from Florida and I'm heading to the GTA. And so, you know, we'll ask, what brings you here? Well, my GPS told me to come here. And so there's a ton of excuses and random things that just don't line up. But we don't go out of our way to divulge that we've, you know, seen them on camera or stuff like that. We'll just ask our questions, determine where they're coming from, where they're going. If they're not a local operator, we'll say, follow us back to the scale, we'll do an inspection.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that feedback. I was just curious about what you're hearing. Yeah. I do have another question, Mr. Chair, if that's all right. And that's, I think I'm going to save it for later. Thank you. I decided I'm going to save it for later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next we have, I believe it's Councillor Brunei.
Thank you, Chair McLuck. And thank you to the NRP and the MTO officials there tonight. I wanted to, as chair and vice chair over the last 3 terms, 11 years, I wanted to thank you guys. When we think about where this started in 2019 with the, you know, 1 or 2 blitzes that we were operating and where we've come in 7 short years, it's really quite incredible. And to see the violations in the trucks that are being pulled off the road. Just this past weekend and over the last 3 days, we attended the Roma conference, Councillor Pachariva, myself, and Mayor Easton. And we stopped at the Ministry of Transportation booth. We talked to a number of officials as well as people that are out on the road like you, Mr. Kane. And this is getting some traction across the province. And I think, when we think of the proximity, as someone just mentioned, to our border, and the things that we know that are happening, whether it's drug interceptions or the unfortunate human trafficking that's occurring, I think this is really, really, really important work. And we met with the ministry and a delegation, and they are very receptive to things that we are doing in Lincoln. We've developed a wonderful relationship, not only in this bypass for trucks, but also I think we're going to hear some good news on a lot of things stemming from fire calls out on the highway at night, and just improving our communication with the ministry, because everyone is aware of this program. And I just want to thank everyone involved, Director Graham and your staff, and everyone involved for making this a success and continuing to work on this to improve our safety in our community. Thank you, Chair.
Perfect. Okay. Next, I believe we have Councillor Timmers.
Thank you very much, Chair, through you. Thanks very much for being here tonight. And Nick, I remember going out on a drive with you, and we looked at all the locations where the cameras are, and we talked about how trucks will go really far out of their way to bypass that station. They will drive miles and miles in a different direction even. So I guess my question is kind of specific. I was looking at the numbers, and the biggest increase, the highest number of trucks, is actually on King Street west of Victoria. So I'm curious where those trucks are going, and if they're going up Victoria Avenue. Is there anything that happens with those trucks if they're going up Victoria, going along Fly, and we're seeing an uptick of large trucks in the hamlet of Camden on a road that's not built for trucks? So I need to understand the movement. Like, are these trucks traveling up Victoria Avenue to miss the bypass, the way station? Is there a way to know that? Are you keeping track of those trucks? I don't know if you could just explain it to me a little bit. Whoever wants to take it. That was a lot of questions, but I'm just curious about those trucks and how come we're seeing big trucks in Camden.
I mean, it could be from knowledge of that, but yeah, sorry, we're just having a quick little sidebar conversation.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I mean, we as the MTO, we wouldn't have any statistical data about, trucks going up there, or what their purposes might be. I could assume that it would potentially be, if they have knowledge of our bypass cameras on King Street, that they're trying to avoid being flagged from that as an additional step to go up to Fly, and whether they're trying to then cut across into, and come back down through Beamsville or Grimsby, or whether or not they're trying to cut across just the top of the mountain to get to Hamilton or things like that for potential deliveries. But we, the MTO, wouldn't really have any sort of statistical data of what would be pushing trucks up into that neck of the woods, other than just continued bypass activity as a potential.
Yeah, I just find it concerning, when I see large trucks going through the hamlet, and I wonder where are they going. And I'm looking at the plates, and I've seen a couple from Texas, and it's like, I don't know why you're up here, but anyway, that's just a question I have when I was looking at these numbers. So, okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Easton.
That's great. Thank you very much. Well, I think it's pretty obvious that what's been going on here for the last number of years is really paying off in terms of the town sending a message that we are not a welcome environment for lawlessness. focused as it is, it's sending a very, very strong message. And I'm very interested to know about this X-ray truck. And I believe that when I was at the station observing what was going on, there was some discussion about the insecure load problem. And so I'm wondering if that's what one of the things that you'll be able to see, that there's actually a high level of unsafe condition that's created by not having properly secured loads inside these, inside the trucks. Is that factual at all? What is the purpose, what do you expect to see with the X-ray?
Yeah, so provincially, we've sort of opened up this new initiative within the MTO's program. So we've purchased several of these units, and they've been deployed in strategic areas close to border crossings. For us specifically here in Hamilton, Niagara, with us being a bordering district to the States, that was one of the reasons why locating that vehicle here was part of that strategic plan. Yeah, there is an ongoing concern that we would have with load security when it comes to these commercial motor vehicles. It's hard for us as enforcement officers to get in to a lot of these vehicles. It's not necessarily even safe for us to go in to see what's in these vehicles. A good example of something like that would be vehicles that are transporting paper rolls. They're stacked vertically, they're large rolls of paper. We don't have the ability to get in there and see beyond that sort of first row of paper rolls of how they're stacked. Using this X-ray truck, we would have the ability to scan the side of that vehicle and see all of the individual rolls and how they're positioned, looking for gaps and spaces that would put that vehicle out of service until those gaps and voids could be filled and secured properly. And we're also just having the ability to see what other cargo is potentially in there. If there's dangerous goods that are being transported, if we start seeing totes, we would want to potentially get inside there and look a little bit further in some of these sealed loads and stuff like that. So the intention behind having that X-ray, is just to give us eyes inside where normally we wouldn't be able to get into a load and inspect it.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I think the importance of a number of the questions and comments that have been made from council tonight is really, we have a real opportunity here with the number of our citizens that are in attendance, and it is very important that people understand the extent of the positive impact that is being experienced here. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask a question of Staff Sergeant Bourgeois in terms of our relationship with Border Control and whether or not there is a connection that we should be making legitimately in terms of this programming and some of the activities at the border, and whether this is a secondary safeguard, if you will, or a secondary opportunity for more checks and balances. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, I would agree that's a fair statement. Any secondary, tertiary checks beyond what's happening at the border is, I would argue that it's benefiting Niagara as a whole, certainly the town of Lincoln, and then beyond our borders here as we head into Hamilton, Halton, and Toronto. We are the access point commonly, we know from the United States to the rest of southern Ontario.
That's great. Thank you very much. And I do want to reinforce the conversation that Councillor Brunet was referring to. We were certainly we were effusive in our comments and thanks to them for continuing the program. We didn't specifically ask for an increase in staff, but obviously they're pretty intuitive. I think you've been doing a good job, and they see the benefit, I think, across a number of boundaries of police service, which is very beneficial. And I also understand that the RCMP have a role as well, although their role in all of this is probably a little less published, and that's okay. Our intention isn't to tell all, but we want to make sure that the public have an understanding about our concern for their safety. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Perfect. No, great questions, great comments, compliments. Great to see the members of the community are here to see what we're doing also. Myself, I spent a lot of time in Jordan on a corner there where there's a gas station, and I would know when they call it the chicken coop was open, when the inspection station was open, because I would see all these junky trucks driving by. And now I'm not hearing so much from folks that there's a lot of, nasty trucks driving through at the wrong time. So it shows that this system's working. Also, like the teamwork that is being displayed or demonstrated by the NRPS and MTO, you never know what you're pulling over, you never know what's in that truck, you never know who's driving that truck, so that's fantastic. Myself and my wife, we drove down to Florida, and as far as the quality of the inspections, I can say that, once upon a time I used to worry about hitting raccoons or deer driving down. Now I'm more worried about running over broken tires and trucks pulled over all over the place. And I just don't see that in Ontario the same way I see it down south in those states where there's a lot of just blown up tires everywhere. So it's good. It shows me that you're all doing your job and taking pride in it to do it well. So thank you very much for coming and your presentation and all you do. Okay. There being no further questions, I have a motion moved by Councillor Brunet. The committee receive and file for information report PW-01-26 regarding the truck bypass camera monitoring pilot project update. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is open. The vote is now closed, and it carries.
There you go. As we have no further reports for the Community Services and Infrastructure Committee agenda, I will ask the Deputy Clerk to transition to our next committee agenda, which is the Planning and Economic Development Committee.
All right, good evening. I've been asked to pinch hit for Councillor Pachariva, who is not feeling very well, and I'm going to try to center myself on our TV screen for the two of us. We will now begin the Planning and Economic Development Committee agenda. We have 5 delegations tonight for the Planning and Economic Development Committee agenda. Please note for the delegates that we have a maximum of 5 minutes for you to speak. Our clerk will run a timer and will raise her hand when you are getting close, and then we'll kind of give you the side look to get you moving and try to cut you off a little bit if we can. Our first delegation for this evening is Terry Tether, Chair of the Museum Advisory Committee, regarding item 8.2.1, the Museum in 2030 Strategic Plan, EDC-01-26. Chair Tether will be speaking following the staff presentation accompanying the report. So at this point, we are going to now consider item 8.2.1, the Museum in 2030 Strategic Plan, EDC-01-26. The Senior Curator of Museum and Operations and Events will provide a presentation. Ms. Razima, if you want to come to the mic, but I believe Director Deanne is going to comment before yourself. But you please come to the mic either way. Director Deanne, do you want to say a few words?
Thank you, Chair, and good evening, Mayor Easton, members of council, staff, and members of our Museum Advisory Committee. So tonight I'm pleased to provide some opening comments regarding the Lincoln Museum and Cultural Center's new strategic plan. This new plan marks an important moment in charting a clear and inclusive direction for our museum as it enters a new and exciting era here in our community. The Museum and Cultural Center is more than a repository of artifacts, as we all know. It is a vibrant and gathering place that shapes our community by engaging and inspiring residents and visitors alike in the celebration of heritage and culture here in Lincoln. Over the past months, the team at the museum developed a strategic plan that engaged our community, engaged council and members of the Museum Advisory Committee, to name a few, whose insights and advice are well represented in the final version before you this evening. I personally want to thank Olivia, Courtney, and Adam for their diligence in seeing this process through, members of our advisory committee that provided their time, expertise, and ideas, as well as members of the community that took an active interest in the development of the strategic plan. Lastly, of course, I'd like to thank the work that Director McKay has done in the past for her guidance and leadership that brought the museum to where it is today. So Shannon, thank you. And together we are helping ensure that the Lincoln Museum and Cultural Center continues to be a place where history, culture, and community intersect. So Chair, over to Olivia. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to present the Museum in 2030 Strategic Plan tonight. This plan sets the direction for the Lincoln Museum and Cultural Center over the next 5 years. It establishes clear priorities to guide decision-making, annual work planning, and how we measure success. But like the museum itself, this plan has been the work of many hands. It reflects the voices of our community, council, museum staff, including Courtney and Adam, who are here tonight, as well as at our planning sessions and through surveys. You have all helped chart the course. The plan was also shaped through the dedication of the Museum Advisory Committee and the Strategic Plan Working Group, whose time and insights really guided its development. It also builds on the leadership of Director Gianni, who's helping us plan for the future, and Director McKay, whose work really brought the museum to where it is today. So the new plan includes 24 strategic actions and 62 supporting initiatives, all organized under 4 new strategic action areas. I just want to talk a little bit about the museum first, because I'm always happy to come to council and talk about the museum. The museum's story spans more than 70 years. We opened in 1953 as a grassroots effort led by volunteers who believed that the everyday objects and stories of this place were worth preserving. They restored the schoolhouse, they moved the Fry House board by board, and this work was an act of community responsibility. It was saying our stories matter. Over the years, the museum has grown and then changed. With council's support in 2021, we opened our new building, which gave us the space to mount our own in-house designed exhibits and safeguard our collection. Throughout 2025, the museum continued in that 1950s spirit, but now with a broader role. It's a gathering place where people come together to learn about the past, but also to connect and create and share experiences together. And I'm so excited to announce that we welcomed almost 16,000 people last year, and that is the highest ever in museum history, and is entirely due to the hard work of Courtney and Adam and the staff team at the museum. And by 2030, with this plan, the museum will continue to grow its roots and branches and be a place where everybody feels welcome, where stories are shared across generations. We'll stay rooted in Lincoln's identity, but open and evolving with new ideas. The previous strategic plan guided the museum through a major period of transition. During that time, we expanded our exhibitions, we increased our programs, we strengthened our partnerships, and of course, we opened a new facility. And the results are significant. During the first strategic period, from 2020 to the end of 2024, exhibit visitation went up over 800%, program participation went up over 300%, and the results speak for themselves. And of course, just like in 2025, they continued to rise. But at the same time, that growth really revealed some important realities. We're nearing the upper limit of how many programs staff can deliver in a calendar year. There's only so many weekends and there's only so many staff. Many visitors come to the site, but they don't experience the full museum. They'll come for a program and not explore the exhibits, or they'll come for the exhibits and not go into the buildings. And we also operate in a really highly competitive tourism environment. So the new plan was designed to respond to these realities. It's about focus, integration, long-term sustainability, not just doing more. The plan was developed over the past year by the amazing team at the museum and supported by the work of the Strategic Plan Working Group, which was made up of Museum Advisory Committee members Terry Tether, Donna Betts, and Angela Lytle. And we're joined by Terry here tonight, and I know Donna and Angela are watching online. In phase one, we put out a community survey that helped us define who our community is, what matters most to them, and what they hope to see next. In phase two, we asked big questions. Staff, council, volunteers, partners joined us over several sessions to explore how people move through the site, where experiences could be strengthened, and how the museum can grow to be a welcoming, engaging place. And then in phase three, we made connections. The working group put our head together and we reviewed over 500 unique pieces of feedback and organized them into themes that shaped our new mission, vision, and values and our new strategic action area. What became clear through this process is not just what people want, but how they are actually using the museum. And across all engagement, the message was clear. People want hands-on learning, deeper storytelling, welcoming spaces, and more opportunities to engage with each other. And the feedback that we received shaped everything that follows. So with the reality that we're at capacity in many ways, the direction of this plan became about being more intentional, strengthening our relevance, improving how people move through the site, and making what we're already doing have a greater impact. This plan includes a updated mission, vision, and values. Our new vision describes where we're going, who we want to be in 2030. So in 2030, the Lincoln Museum and Cultural Center is a gathering place where residents and visitors can come together to explore the stories of this land and its people. Rooted in the community, it's a place to learn, connect, and grow. Open to all and alive with new ideas, it inspires a deeper understanding of our past and present and guides us towards a better future. Our mission describes what we do on the day-to-day and how we're going to achieve that vision. The Lincoln Museum and Cultural Center researches, collects, preserves, interprets the stories and material culture of all those who have called the land now known as Lincoln home. Through exhibitions and inclusive engagements, the museum connects people, place, and the past, and inspires the community to listen, learn, and acknowledge our shared history. And we also redefined our values. So our values really guide how we work and guide the decisions that we make. And we are committed to be welcoming and inclusive, rooted in the community, inspiring of curiosity and dialogue, connected through collaboration and partnerships, accountable in our stewardship of our collections and buildings, and responsive to the community and their needs and changes. The plan centers on 4 action areas. Each area has actions, and then when you review the plan itself, you'll see that they're supported by initiatives. So each action has 1 to 4 initiatives, and the initiatives are how we're going to accomplish each action. There are sort of guidelines for how we're going to measure our success. The first action area is Here to Experience. Here to Experience focuses on enhancing how visitors move through and experience the site. And this addresses the challenge that the museum right now lacks a cohesive on-site experience that encourages extended visits and engagements across all audience. In 2024, for example, only half of our visitors engaged with the entire site on their visit. So actions in this area include strengthening storytelling across exhibits, introducing tools that support self-guided and after-hours engagement, broadening our program offerings, extending seasonal access to the Fry House and Schoolhouse, and activating the new Soareson Park as a site for learning, reflection, and community connection. So really connecting our site to the new park. Our next action area is Opening Doors, Deepening Roots. This action focuses on inclusion and belonging, addressing the challenge that our on-site offerings are primarily museum-led with very limited co-created community-led programs, events, and rentals. Our community members primarily engage with the site when they're attending programs or activities, and we want to change that. So actions include expanding accessible seating on the site, creating everyday gathering opportunities, addressing some of the financial barriers to participation, in particular with our school visits. supporting youth involvement, and co-creating programs with partners. It also continues our commitment to reconciliation through respectful, meaningful relationships. Our third area, sharing stories reaching further, strengthens the museum's visibility and leadership. The museum competes in a very saturated tourism landscape with limited marketing capacity to grow our on-site and digital engagement. So this area includes participating in regional cultural networks, developing a traveling exhibition, growing our digital engagement, and establishing the museum as a regional source of learning about the neutral nation and the layered histories of the land. And our fourth area is sustaining the legacy, securing the future. This ensures long-term stewardship of our buildings, collections, and public art. This area is all about planning. The museum lacks some really critical operational plans to guide site care, collections growth, and institutional development. So this area includes proactive planning about the Fry House and the Schoolhouse, a fundraising plan, creating a collections development plan, making a plan to increase digital access to our collections, and of course, ensuring that we have continued compliance with provincial museum standards. So what does this mean? For the public, for residents and visitors, the plan means more hands-on participatory learning, more welcoming gathering spaces, clear interpretation and easier site navigation, more access to the Fry House and Schoolhouse, a new experience in Soarisson Park, and the ability to experience the museum outside of regular hours, our 10 to 5. In short, there's more ways to experience, more ways to connect and return and feel a sense of belonging. This plan was structured and designed right from the get to be responsible and feasible. Most of the initiatives can be undertaken within the current existing operating budget, and where additional resources are needed, we have committed in the initiatives to pursue targeted grants, phased implementation, and dedicated fundraising. An approved strategic plan is also necessary to ensure our continued eligibility for the Community Museums Operating Grant, which is worth about $25,000 annually. The Museum in 2030 strategic plan is really a community-driven roadmap. It honors the legacy of the volunteers who built the museum in 1953, reflects the growth and momentum of 2025, and really charts a clear path forward for 2030. So it keeps us rooted in the community, open to new ideas, and committed to dialogue and shared learning. So thank you for having me here tonight. And with your permission, I will invite Chair Tether from the Museum Advisory Committee to say a few words, hopefully in support.
Thank you. Honorable Chair, Madam Mayor, Council, town staff, fellow citizens, I'll tell you now that I am not Mark Carney. I'll keep this brief. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the town of Lincoln for being recognized by the province as an age-friendly community, and to the Age-Friendly and Active Community Advisory Committee for their commitment and work in helping make this happen. Thank you, Olivia, for the excellent presentation that I'm sure will provide thoughtful information for council to consider, and also for the vital work every staff member does. Their skills and knowledge are invaluable, and the respect for their job and that building is key to the continued success. If you take time to examine the metrics, you'll see how successful our museum actually is. I believe it has become one of the finest community museums in the province. Its modern design, informative, rotating, and permanent exhibits, flagship events, and welcoming staff make it a place that Lincoln can be and is proud of. It is a remarkable and educational gathering place. At this time, I'd like to make a few comments about the Museum Advisory Committee, or MAC. MAC is made up of 9 citizen members and 2 councillors appointed by council and staff to a 4-year term. Additional subcommittees and working groups within MAC are formed to assist museum staff in a variety of areas such as collections, research, exhibits, and fundraising, and of course, the strategic plan. MAC members are powerful advocates for the museum who promote its values, mission, and impact. They thrive to connect the museum to various community partners and are enthusiastic champions, sharing museum stories and successes within their personal and professional circles. They draw on their diverse backgrounds and expertise and contribute extensively to the museum's vision. However, MAC's primary responsibility is to develop, monitor, and ensure a strategic plan is completed every 5 years. Now, strategic planning is not just a buzzword. It is the process of defining the museum's long-term direction. The tough questions of where do we want the museum to be in 5 or 10 years, and how do we stay relevant in a changing world, are key to ensuring an applicable, relevant, and frankly doable strategic plan. As you've seen from the report, the working group engaged in an extensive process, resulting in a large variety of focus areas and actionable items. These will enhance our mission of connecting people, place, and past, and will further inspire people to listen, learn, and acknowledge our shared history. I'd like to thank the town of Lincoln for their continued support of the museum and other enriching institutions such as our library. We rely on your assistance to ensure our connection to community remains strong. These institutions are important hallmarks of a viable and healthy democracy. And without them, we would be severely culturally disadvantaged. If I may, Chair, I'd like to introduce the members of the advisory committee. Most of the committee members are sick, unfortunately, but we do have one in the audience tonight besides myself. Members of the committee are Steve Barnhart, Donna Betts, Christina Clint, Pauline Creighton, Joanne Loney, who is here tonight, Angela Lytle, Ruth Smith, Jane Woolsey, and Councillors Mikulik and Murray. Thank you again, Chair and Council, for the opportunity. Appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Oh, Chair Tether, don't go too far in case there's questions for you. Thank you, Chair Tether. Thank you, Olivia and Director Deanne, for your opening comments. If there are any questions from committee, please jump in the queue and we will let you ask. And we have Councilor Gemma up first.
Thank you, Chair Russell. Thank you for the presentation. Both of you were very inspiring, and it's been wonderful watching the museum develop over the years. It's amazing, and it truly is an amazing cultural center point in our community. So thank you for all that you do. So I kind of forgot my question. Oh, so of all, I remember now. I was so inspired, I forgot my question. Of all of the events that the museum has, how many of them are fundraisers, and how is that going?
Our primary fundraiser is the Harvest Pioneer Day, which of course has been running since 1967, more recently joined by the Deep Roots Dinner. Our fundraising events do make an impact on our budget. This year we generated more revenue than we ever have before. We're not quite close to covering all the museum costs yet, but it is a goal that we have long-term.
Okay, well, that's good to hear, that things are getting better and better for you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Gemma. And Councilor Reimer's up next.
Thank you, Chair Russell. Thank you, Olivia and Terry, for coming here tonight, and for all the and your committee for all the hard work that you've done in this plan. It's a very full and encouraging report. Lots of information in there. A question to you, Olivia. In the staff report on the agenda under the financial heading, you mentioned your presentation as well. You get a CMOG funding. I'm assuming that's a provincial monies, and you say approximately $25,000 annually. Is there a way that's that they come to that amount, or we come to that amount? Are we eligible for more if we do more? I'm always looking for ways to get money back out of the province. So just curious how that number comes at, and it's good to see that we're fulfilling those requirements. But I just wondered if you could fill in some of the background of that. Through you, Chair.
Through you, Chair, the standards for community museums in Ontario do have the Community Museum Operating Grant. That is something that we have to maintain eligibility for, and they check with us yearly, and we reapply to it yearly. The amount we have is permanent. It hasn't risen in at least a decade. Mayor Easton, several years ago, did submit a letter to have the province check into the system and see if changes could be made, but as it is, there's no hope of it raising.
Okay, follow-up if I may, Chair, just so and Mayor Easton's always one step ahead of us always, so actually a few years ahead of us by looking for that provincial funding. So that's like every museum in Ontario then just gets the 20, like whether it's, like size of municipality or city, doesn't matter, everyone just gets that $25,000?
So other museums do get different amounts, and there's no clarity on why any museum gets any sort of amount. But the amount that we receive each year has never changed.
Okay.
And if I find information, I'll be sure to send
Thanks,
it along.
And one more question, if I may, Chair Russell. You mentioned in your report, you used the phrase "at capacity," and when I see some of the numbers, like 819% uptick in visitors, which is kind of amazing, and there's some other numbers in there too that are very high. And I see some of the, like in a good way, I see some of the strategic action items I think you addressed or trying to use more of the facility, but is that in the discussions at committee level already, like being at capacity? It's a good discussion, but can you fill around a little more of that or what that looks like? It's exciting. So
Through you, Chair.
yeah.
When we talk about at capacity, it's really about the limitations of our space. So for example, for the last several years, we've been running about 60 lead programs and about 30 events, 2 large ones, 20-ish small ones a year, as well as 80 to 90 school programs. So there's only so many days in a year, there's only so many weekends in a year, so we can't realistically deliver more because our site is the size that it is. So what we were thinking of with this plan is not to deliver more, but to deliver better,
Sure.
right? To think about the things that we're offering and being a little more intentional about what we're offering to increase impact, even though we can't necessarily have more programs, but we can think about what programs we're offering and what impact that they have on the community.
Okay. Thank you, Olivia. Thank you, Terry. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Mayor Easton, you're up next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Olivia, for the report, and Chair Tether. It certainly is, it's fulsome, and you're certainly covering all the important areas. This 2.44% representation of youth in the community survey, what is the number again of youth that come to the museum for the school program?
I think in 2025, I apologize, Mayor, I don't have those numbers off the top of my head. We were just under 3,000 school students in the school program. Admittedly, a lot of them are 8 years old. So they are participating actively in the museum, but they didn't have a choice on where they came. They were loaded onto a bus.
Okay. Well, point well taken. However, when they're there must be different ways for them to express their happiness about what they're doing, even if they didn't choose it. And is that represented in the 2.44%?
Through you, Chair. So that 2.44% is just exclusive to the community survey. So we put out a survey at the beginning of this process, which people elected to fill out. And 2.44% of the people who filled it out were youth, or how old were they? I think under the age of 13.
Okay.
So we do get a lot of feedback from our school students. They often send letters to us expressing what a good time they had at the museum, but we didn't have the school children fill out the survey. That's something that families would have done on their own on their home computer.
Sure. Okay, I understand. Mr. Chairman, I'm interested in this, the section that is referred to in the report as sustaining the legacy. And the school program is part of that. The question that I have is related to what else would you consider, what else are you doing now that's part of sustaining the legacy beyond fundraising? I'm really talking from a programmatic perspective. And if you had the opportunity to expand in that category, what would it be?
Through you, Chair. That's a really interesting question, Mayor, and I don't know if Terry has some thoughts on it as well, Chair Tether. The Sustaining the Legacy, Securing the Future section is really about stewardship. Although we are a gathering place and we are a place for the community to come together to learn and engage, we cannot lose sight of the fact that we hold the history of the community in trust for the future. So it always has to be on our mind that sustaining the legacy means care of the collections, long-term care of the buildings, and making sure that we're giving these public assets, these historical material culture objects, the attention that they deserve. It's not as beautiful in a report, pictures of a vase, but that vase is really important.
And so when you're looking at stewardship, would that necessarily include developing relationships with other people who have the same goals around legacy as we would have?
Yeah, absolutely. Professional networks and building partnerships and relationships is captured in this plan, although I don't think it's in the sustaining the legacy portion. I do believe it's in the one that addresses sharing stories, reaching further, is really about exactly that, reaching further.
Right, okay. Fundraising plan. I know this is a challenge, and it may not be in the minds, the primary thing in the minds of people who volunteer. What's happening with that? What needs to change with that in order for us to ensure that you have a strong infusion of money that isn't coming from the levy? Have you been thinking about that as you've been analyzing the feedback that you've received?
Absolutely. Through you, Chair. A 5-year fundraising plan is one of our strategic actions. Action 19, so under that last one, sustaining the legacy. Creating a 5-year fundraising plan is actually one of the initiatives for 2027, but based on staff work plan, I think we're going to make really good headway on it this year as well. We really want to think about the future and how the museum can access funds from many sources.
Right. Well, I'm just asking the question so that everybody here tonight knows that there's a need out there if they're inclined. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Councillor Mikulik up next.
Thank you very much. Through you, just sitting on the committee, I want to thank Chair Tether for keeping us all on task, guiding us through all of this, working with us. It's a pretty interesting group of members of the committee. We all contribute in many ways. Olivia, fantastic job. Your enthusiasm, your passion, always demonstrated. Your staff, Adam, Courtney, every time I've been to the museum, every time I've been to an event, always excited, always enjoy doing what you're doing. It's appreciated. There's, the members of the committee and also council for your help during the strat plan process. We had that workshop. I thought it was really well. Members of the committee appreciated it, and they valued the feedback and information that was gathered that day, and that all contributes to a fantastic strat plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mikulik. I really appreciate the comments. As I know, I will pass them on to the advisory committee, and I appreciate the straight face that you gave me. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mikulik. And again, I just wanted to make a comment before we close this portion off. As far as strategic plans go, this is one of the best ones I've ever seen. I've got to be honest with you. I have read far too many than I ever need to in my lifetime, and if this was a book, I would read it. The way you have blended which is exactly what the museum is, storytelling and, again, the future. Like, it is so well put together, and I don't say that lightly. Again, excellent job on the document itself and all the content therein. So kudos to everybody who is part of it, and again, thank you for taking this forward, and look forward to the next, 5, 10, 30 years. Okay. There being no further questions, I have a motion moved by Councillor Reimer that committee receive and file for information the delegation from Chair Terry Tether, Museum Advisory Committee, regarding item 8.2.1, the Museum in 2030 Strategic Plan EDC-01-26. I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open. Councillor Timmers, would you please provide your vote verbally?
Sorry, I just lost connection. I'm in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is closed, and that carries.
Thank you, Lindsay. I also now have a motion moved by Councillor Mikulik that committee receive and file for information report EDC-16-25 regarding the Lincoln Museum and Cultural Center's Museum in 2030 Strategic Plan, and that committee endorse and adopt the Museum in 2030 Strategic Plan as a guiding framework for future operations, program development, and community engagement at the Lincoln Museum and Cultural Center. I will now ask the Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open. The vote is closed, and it carries.
Thank you, Lindsay. We will now continue on with remaining delegations. Next, we have Jennifer Blackledge, the Executive Director of the Beamsville BIA, Stephanie Hicks, Economic Development Officer of the Town of Lincoln and former ED of the Beamsville BIA. And I don't see Jillian, she's not here, but she is our chair for the Beamsville BIA and the Downtown Bench annual report. So please go ahead. Oh, sorry, before we proceed, I will ask the committee to give a majority vote to request extension of time until the presentation is completed, by show of hands. All right, that looks good. I have a motion moved by Councillor Njema that committee extend the presentation time regarding the BIA annual report until completed. So I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
The vote is closed, and that carries.
Okay, thank you. Now, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And thank you all for having us here tonight to share our 2025 end-of-year presentation. Is it coming up?
It will.
Okay. Oh, I'm Jennifer Blackledge. I'm the new Executive Director of the Downtown Bench Beamsville BIA, and you all know Stephanie Hicks, who was the Executive Director for 11 months last year. So we're very happy to have her here. Unfortunately, Jillian, our chair, is unable to make it tonight. She is under the weather, so she sends her regrets. She does include a message in this presentation, so it is in there for everyone. And there it is. Okay. All right, and I just wanted to remind you of our Board of Directors. We have Jillian Darchie, who is our chair, Heather Habgood, who is our vice chair, Dawn Eden, our secretary, and then we have Clayton Gilly, Nick Halkias, Mike Sheridan, Georgie Ventresca, Dr. Ray Tarchi, who's our past chair, and then Councillor Adam Russell. And I will turn it over to Stephanie to share our 2025 highlights.
Thank you, Jennifer, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to be here to share the first 11 months of what the BIA accomplished in 2025. So first, our governance, we held our regular monthly board meetings. There was a staff performance review. We approved the 2026 budget at a board level. The 2024 financial audit was complete. We hosted our annual general meeting, and now here we are today doing our end-of-year presentation to council. Under advocacy, the Municipal Act rewrite is still ongoing. This is a project that we're working on through OBIA. I should also mention and thank not only the town of Lincoln for allowing me to continue my role with OBIA. This year I was elected president, so I will be sitting a 2-year term. That's the Ontario Business Improvement Area Association, and they represent 300 BIAs across Ontario, but also the Beamsville BIA for allowing me to sit as their representative of a BIA on that board. In conjunction with the town of Lincoln and the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce, who's here tonight, we formed the Lincoln Tariff Response Team. That was in early February. The point of this committee, we hosted a few round tables with business members in the community, as well as launched some digital campaigns. The first one being education pieces on how to read labels on, made in Ontario products. And the last one that we just launched over the holiday season was more geared towards a shop local and how you could, complete your holiday shopping list all by supporting local here in Lincoln. And then we did some very, very heavy, and although not successful, but we did some heavy advocacy to the changes to recycling. I can tell you, not only through the role with OBIA, we led a severe campaign through BIAs across Ontario with letters to ministries and launching petitions. Myself did delegate to regional council in March. Our business community was all on board and helping with the advocacy and all the letters. And we all know what happened, but that advocacy did happen during 2025. Under beautification, we continued with our pollinator barrels. We have 9 of them, so 8 of them were placed in the community, and 1 this year we had the pleasure of placing at the Lincoln Cultural Center next to their Airbnb, so it was quite fitting to have it there. Our Little Free Art Gallery continues to gain a lot of traction. This year, it's a very, very popular spot, so as soon as there's artwork in there, it seems to go out the door the moment it is there. And this year we did a call out to the community showing that we had some empty shelves, and if anybody had any extra supplies, put it in. We had a very popular local artist, Emily Jane Lefebvre, right? She has 290,000 followers on Instagram, and she did a little vlog post with these art supply kits showing that she went and kind of stocked that Little Free Art Gallery. Granted, they were gone within an hour, but it was very, very good traction for downtown Beamsville to have that kind of spotlight on the Little Free Art Gallery. Planters continue to go out, hanging flower baskets, the winter greenery planters, and of course the holiday decor. Under events and promotions, in February, or end of January, we launched the local love letters again, where community members can write a Valentine to a business, and we designed it and put it up on social media. I'm just going to plug that the opportunity to do that is out right now, so you can go on the BIA social media and fill out a local love letter if you'd like. We sponsored the Family Day Weekend Skate at the Fleming Center. We did do the Downtown Tidy again in partnership with West Niagara District High School, Jacob Beam Elementary School, the Rotary Club of Lincoln. It was very, very well attended and popular. This year we had to bus the students in from West Niagara. We launched a Shop Main Street Canada Support Local campaign. This was more of a provincial-wide campaign that OBIA launched that we had the pleasure of not only creating to launch across Ontario, but implement in our own downtown. We partnered with Great Lakes Christian High School for Community Service Day. We partnered with the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce and did a pride installation in the downtown at the community chalkboard. We continued doing the downtown story walk with the Lincoln Pelham Public Library. Roland Rotary happened in August again. This was our 3rd year, I believe, doing this very, very popular event. It's probably one of my favorite events that the BIA puts on. You can see the little girl in the bottom left-hand corner with her bike all decked out. So we supply all of the decorations, and the children just go nuts decorating their bikes. It's a really great event, but it also has a foam party and other activities, so keeps everyone busy in the park. It's from 1 to 5. We continue to stay on the committee for the Truth and Reconciliation. The town of Lincoln now runs that committee and hosts the event, but we are a committee member in help with the planning. Fling Off King in partnership with the town of Lincoln. This was the second year it was hosted at the back of the Fleming Center. This year, weather was on our side, and we had very heavy foot traffic through the entire event. It was a great event. And I'm not going to talk about Link the Elf because that was a big portion of Jennifer's work in November and December. And I warned her that even though that's typically kind of some downtime, I warned her that with a giant 6-foot elf, you will be busy. And she will tell you just how busy she was with that elf. I just wanted to highlight some photos of during the year. In top left, you can see that was the largest item found in the downtown streets. There's always kind of a competition, what student can bring home the largest item. So that was this year. If you'll remember, last year it was a toilet. We have just some great photos there. You can see the Pride installation in the bottom middle. That also lit up at night in LED lighting. It was beautiful. Some more photos. Bottom middle is the Shop Main Street Support Local campaign that launched across Ontario. And just some other great community photos. And now I'm going to pass it over to Jennifer. Thank you.
Thank you. So our Link the Elf campaign was very successful this year. We had 26 businesses participate in this campaign, so I did have to bring Link around to a lot of businesses. He lost his head at times. It was a very interesting year, but it actually resulted in almost 60,000 views on social media and 1,000, well, just over 1,000 page visits to our social media accounts. So it was very successful, and it's something that we're going to look to expand this year and see how much more fun we can have with Link. Do I hit this button?
Yeah.
Okay, so these are just some marketing stats for last year. So on our 2 social media pages that we still have, we had about 350,000 views. And our demographics still lean heavily to females. For our MailChimp, we sent 11 membership notices to over 100 of our business members, and the open rate on those membership emails is 63%. So it was outstanding. And those membership notices were things like updates to recycling or construction, like very focused on what members need to know. And then for our community newsletter, we sent out 12 monthly newsletters to over 1,000 subscribers, and again, a very high open rate of almost 55%. All right, and we want to say a quick thank you to everyone that helps make everything we do possible. So to our sponsors and partners and members and our volunteers, and especially the town of Lincoln. So thank you all for everything that you do to support us. And we're still working within our current strategic plan. So everything that we do, every initiative, campaign, every bit of work is all tied back to these 5 strategic themes. And those, again, are customer attraction, member engagement, meaningful spaces, stakeholder alignment, and organizational effectiveness. Okay, and there's just some contact information if you ever want to get in touch. And we are welcoming any questions now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Steph, and thank you, Jennifer, and welcome, Jennifer, for your first meeting. That was great. I'm now going to open it up to council if they have any questions. I see Councillor Timmers with her hand up virtually. So, Councillor Timmers, you go first.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Russell. Very quick, no questions, just fantastic. This has been a great night. Like first the museum and now this, amazing numbers, metrics. You know, some of those pictures, I had to really take a second look. Like, it's hard to believe it's our downtown that looks so amazing. And I really enjoyed following Link the Elf. I was following on Facebook and, you know, Instagram, and just fantastic. And I found it interesting that the majority are women who are following, but I guess I'm one of those. So, but just so much going on. And our downtown's never looked better. So, well done, and thank you, ladies. And thank you to the entire BIA board as well for all the work you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Timmers. And Councillor Mikulik up next.
Thank you very much, through you, to our delegates. Thank you for all you do. Just, we're always hearing the great things about BIAs, right, here tonight. And I read the newspaper about other BIAs that are less successful or that aren't as well. Do we have any challenges within our BIA that we haven't heard about, like, or that could be discussed, or that could be, because being in a BIA is, you don't have a choice necessarily as a business, right? So is everything fantastic? You know, like, I want to make sure that, you know, we're not just hearing the great things about a BIA and we're addressing any possible challenges that might be there.
Sure, and through you, Chair, and Councilor Russell can also attest because he is our board representative. So, I mean, I'm not going to lie, we do have a fantastic membership and board. I think one of the things that sets the Beamsville BIA apart is that when an issue does come up, we address it right away. So, and how we're able to do that, you know, whether it was an issue through parking or construction issues, how the BIA is able to do that is through their great relationship with the town. So it's all about communication. A lot of times if a member is upset with something, if we can get back to them right away, and for us to be able to do that, it's contacting who we need to at the town, then they feel heard and they understand that a solution is coming. So we have had our problems. I just don't think they surmount to newspaper articles because we handle them right away and we listen to what the members are saying and we work with them and work quickly.
Terrific. That's the answer I was hoping to hear. I just, because of that, because I've heard from other residents in other other hamlets within our town that they'd like the BIA to sort of expand into their neighborhoods as well because of the things that you do within that area in particular, but, like, you know, let's say Vineland or perhaps Jordan or this, like, what does it take to have a BIA? And I think if you have a successful one, that's a fantastic start, and I like what I'm hearing, so thank you.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I'd like to just address other BIAs potentially in the town of Lincoln. So a BIA under the Municipal Act, a lot of it has to do with the businesses. So like downtown Beamsville, they can't just expand into Vineland. The businesses in Vineland would have to approach the town of Lincoln first with that interest of wanting that kind of exploration to happen. Same with any other hamlet. It has to be kind of a business directive first that they are interested in this, and then the town under the Municipal Act, and then the process can start. Thank you.
Thank you, Steph, and thank you, Councillor Mikulik, for that question. And just to provide a little bit of context as well, again, being a non-business owner and council representative on the BIA, I have to say, like, the strength of the BIA is its members and that relationship with the town. If you'd have asked that question last year, it may have been a little bit rougher, given all the construction that we had. But again, I think that is more of a point in time as opposed to any long-standing potential issues. So again, I think anytime there's like a huge project like that, as long as everybody's very mindful of the impact that it has on the businesses, which I know we all are, and I know staff all are, and we try to do our best to mitigate those as best as we can. It definitely makes the town stronger, but it does have an impact on all of our BIA members. So, knock on wood, we don't have any in the foreseeable future for the next little while, at least impacting ours, aside from maybe a little bit of work on King Street. But again, I am so happy to see in my 3 years on the BIA, again, the leadership that we had with Steph, the leadership now that we have with Jennifer, and again, that ongoing relationship that we have with the staff members on everything that, any challenges that we have come up. So we're still waiting to find out what the outcome's going to be of the recycling changes and how that's going to impact everybody, but I know as a group we'll all come together and tackle it as best we can. So again, I want to thank you, Stephanie, for all of your time with the BIA. Good luck in your new endeavors here at the town of Lincoln. That's great. And Jennifer, again, welcome again, and good luck leading us for the next few years at least. Okay, thank you. All right. Checking where we are. There being no further questions, I have a motion moved by Mayor Easton that committee receive and file for information the delegation from Jennifer Blackledge, Stephanie Hicks regarding the Downtown Beamsville BIA annual report. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed, and that carries.
Thank you, Lindsay. Our next delegation is Amelia Amaro, Executive Director of the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce, to provide an annual update. And we are going to ask to extend your presentation by 5 minutes, because I understand you need a little more time. And we have Councilor Rincema as a mover, and we're going to just vote once this time by a show of hands. If you are in favor of that, please show your hand. I see Councilor Timmers raise hers twice. So we'll count that as just one. So we will now proceed. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that extension.
Do I have to hold it the whole time? No. Okay. Thank you for the extension. As we all know, if you have chatted with me, I do extend over deadlines. Mayor Easton and I share that trait, right? My name is Amelia Amaro. I'm the Executive Director of the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce, and I've been in this role for a little over 2 years. Thank you. And I'm often asked the question of what is the Chamber's role, especially here in Lincoln. And I'm here to just share about how we are the voice of Lincoln's business community. We are the connector between business, the town, and that community, whether with businesses or residents. We are the partner in economic resilience and growth, and we're the trusted channel for two-way communication, or we endeavor to. Over the last year, so the 2025, at a glance, we have been able to host many events that we use as channels for networking, relationship building, and getting people in front of the people in this room, as well as the businesses in the community and one another, as well as residents. So we're very happy to look at our data and know that for this quarter, the Q1 2024-25, we hosted over 120 people at our Business After Fives, our Business Before Nines, and made space for conversations around leadership and growth at our Read and Lead Chamber Book Club. So we have a variety of different types of events. Last year, our Politicians Breakfast held in February hosted a record for us as a chamber of 120 guests with a new panel format, and we led it with a moderated, engaging discussion on key issues like housing, taxation, and tariffs. If you recall, at that time, we were right in the midst of tariffs being introduced. Then they were paused, then they were introduced. We were right there, and we were able to have this panel discussion for, at the time, what us as a municipality, provincial and federal level could do at that time. And we were in the midst of a provincial election, a snap election at the time, and we had 2 weeks to get candidates discussion at the West Niagara Secondary School. We were really happy to see a turnout of over 200 residents, business owners, people in the community to hear from the candidates directly. And that was a feat that we did with our neighboring chambers, the Grimsby Chamber of Commerce, as well as the West Lincoln Chamber of Commerce. Leading right into April to June of 2025, we were continued with another election, our federal election, where we also hosted 200 plus residents, business owners in the community at the West Niagara Secondary School, and then combine that with the State of the Town, where we hosted town staff and Mayor Sandra Eason to directly connect with those in the Niagara region and Lincoln. Another record-breaking event where people got to really connect with people in this room, other people in the community, and the Niagara region. Business After Fives, Breakfast Before Nines, all together, looking at our data, we were able to engage over 400 people in the community in the Niagara region and Lincoln. Our Chamber Cup golf tournament is in its 20th year, and we have, on average, draw in about 150 attendees and volunteers, and we continue to raise contributions for our NCF Donor-Directed Fund. This year, in 2026, we're shifting a little bit of how we fundraise. So our Outstanding Business Achievement Awards, every year we honor a nonprofit organization to showcase its excellence. We have been raising money directly for Big Brothers Big Sisters of Niagara, who was the recipient of that award in September of last year. So our Chamber Cup, held in May of every year, will be directly benefiting the Chamber, NCF, as well as Big Brothers Big Sisters, to create a more of a directed awareness around nonprofit organizations in the Niagara region. We have so many. We have over 1,000 in the Niagara region, and sometimes it can be hard to really give them a voice. And as a nonprofit organization ourselves, we understand how much of a challenge that is. So we wanted to kind of give the opportunity, and we're shifting that model this year. So invite you to stay in the know about our annual Chamber Cup. Oh, I just wanted to also note about we had a Pride installation as well that the BIA has already referenced. We had that partnership with the Town of Lincoln through our Growth, Prosper, and Belong Fund. We did get a partial grant funding. Thank you to the Town of Lincoln for that, and for the BIA for their partnership with that. Through the summer, we celebrated the Chamber's 40th anniversary at a family-friendly party in Rotary Park, where 25 Chamber businesses served as vendors. We had musical entertainment, arts and crafts. Councillor Murray and Mayor Sandra Easton came to show their support, gave some remarks, and also a certificate of longevity for 40 years representing businesses in the community. So thank you again for that. We do a variety of different events in the summer. So Business in Between with the Yoga Vine was an intimate event with those attending putting wellness first, which is a new initiative that we've done for the last few years, as we often can get in the hustle and bustle, especially around the summer in this community, where we have a lot of things happening in the tourism industry here. Once again, over 200 businesses, residents, and their employees were at our Outstanding Business Achievement Awards last year. It was our 22nd annual event gala, and just really showing up in various ways and various capacities in this community. We rounded up Q4 with a heavy presence in Niagara regional events, including the Ontario Economic Summit in Toronto, other Chamber executive conferences, and our annual general meeting for the Canadian Chamber of Commerce, where we continued to champion Lincoln, its businesses, and the town as a whole, and approve policies set at the federal level. So just a little note here, when you're at these events and you're all over Ontario as well as the Niagara region, Lincoln does come up a lot. Some people know where we are, some people know about us, and some people are, where is that? I was very happy to know that some people that I met at the Canadian Chamber of Commerce outside of the province that are visiting shared that they were coming to Niagara-on-the-Lake, and they had extended their vacation, and I was able to direct them to a few of our Lincoln wineries and restaurants and encourage them to check us out, and shifted a few vacations, which I can see a shift when you're talking to people of even understanding what Lincoln is versus Beamsville, because there is that disconnect sometimes that Beamsville is the entire town. So that was really interesting to connect with people. We closed out the year with a mingle and jingle at Newark Brewing, with once again over 120 people arrived at that event, networking, enjoying themselves, and supporting Newark Brewing. So that was really wonderful. Now, that's a lot of events. Sometimes we are known as an events organization, but that's really not all we do. So in between all of those events that you see throughout the year, and those are pretty standard, dates change, but we do those all year round, we're advocating and we're representing businesses to you and to the community, and we're advocating. We're doing that by presenting at council, being at council, watching the live streams. It's not just the small chamber staff. This includes our volunteered board of 13 different business owners in the community, as well as Councillor Rajima. We're monitoring policies, budgets, and local impacts, and we're sharing real-time business feedback with councillors and town staff. We were trying to create structured dialogue opportunities for our members, like roundtables, advocacy-focused events, and just really providing the opportunity for everyone in the community to have their voice heard on whatever capacity that they show up in the community. Do I keep that in? Okay, I am at the end. So the business voice and feedback, we are really a neutral, trusted source. We're always having ongoing conversations with local businesses. We're creating surveys. We're providing that data to the members of the community and to town staff and to councillors. And we're creating a neutral, safe space to surface concerns and solutions. We really want to bring together the right voices when issues emerge. Stephanie Hicks just briefly spoke about it, about just being on hand to connect the people with their issues with the right people to get those issues dealt with in a timely manner. We also were on the Lincoln Tariff Response Team, and that resulted in 3 valuable action-oriented roundtables for the manufacturing sector, and we strengthened that communication once again. So we are extending the town's reach. We're here to support town-led economic development initiatives, to collaborate continuously with the town, the BIA, and regional partners, as well as our businesses. We want to promote Lincoln businesses to residents and visitors, and continue building upon our signature networking and relationship building events, community milestones, and celebrations. So we invite you to please attend our events and show up and connect with our members. They love connecting with you. I do often hear from them, like, thank you, I didn't know that this counselor would have been at this event, and it was really great to connect on that one-on-one level, outside of these formal opportunities, because while the formal opportunities are amazing and valued, sometimes some members are a little intimidated, so it's really nice to have the best of both worlds, so to speak. So, looking on ahead, we're done. I can sorry. Thank you.
Thanks, Amelia. And you got some bonus time because you mentioned that you and your staff watch some of our live streams, so we always appreciate the extra viewership, bumping us up above 50. It's amazing. So appreciate that. Do we have any questions from committee? Oh, Mayor Easton's first. Sorry, Councilor Majima. Mayor Easton, go ahead.
Oh, you mean my finger was faster? I just want to, Amelia, thank you very much, and also the board, your board, for coming here tonight. I think your government relations activities as a board are just so advanced now. The two-way communication is really very positive, very excellent, and I'm really glad that you've taken the direction that you have. So thank you very much, Madam President, and to the whole board. It's very gratifying, and it's excellent to have you here tonight, telling your own story. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Easton and Councilor Majima.
Oh, thank you, Chair Russell. And I'll second what Madam Mayor said, that under your leadership, things have really expanded over the last few years in relationships between the chamber and the town, just generally getting out in the community and growing what the chamber does. Very exciting to see that happen. I have a question for you. I also wanted to let everybody know, because I don't know if everybody on council knows and everybody watching, but the Politicians' Breakfast this year is Friday, February 6th. Is that right? Okay. So you'll probably receive a link by email, and you can register for that. And so a question for you, Amelia. What would you like to tell the town if you could make a statement on behalf of the business community, more specifically the chamber member businesses? What message would you send?
Okay, through you, Chair. Thank you for that question, Councillor. I would say that the message I'd like to share is continuously shop local, more than a slogan. Please continue to do so. We've seen that uptick this past year, and we really have seen that strength. So thank you. And then also small businesses, just as much as medium and large, are really the backbone of Lincoln's community. And to just ensure that we're always thinking about them, because they're, quite honestly, maybe sometimes the least engaged from a visual way, but purely because maybe they're the most challenged with being able to be engaged. So to really increase that clarity, collaboration with us, the BIA, or any methods of communication, so they're part of decision-making process. And before decisions are made, and just kind of hearing them continuously as is done, just in a understanding way of really busy. So they wish to be even more engaged, but that's what I would say. Thank you.
Great. Okay, good to hear. Thank you. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Gemma, and thank you, Amelia. I see no further questions. So I'm going to, there are no further questions. I have a motion moved by Councilor Gemma that committee receive and file for information a delegation from Amelia Amaro regarding the Lincoln Chamber of Commerce annual update. I will now ask the Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed, and that carries.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. And we are going to take a very strict 4-minute bio break. So if everybody wants to stretch your legs if you need to. We'll reconvene at 7:50. And we're back. Our next delegation is Margaret Andrews, Affordable Housing Lincoln, regarding item, oh, thank you for the snack, Mr. CIO, regarding item 8.2.2, Shape Lincoln Official Plan Update, PD-01-26. Margaret, please go ahead. Good to see you again.
Oh, there it worked. Well, good evening, and thanks for that break. Chair Russell, Mayor Easton, Council, members of the public, good evening, and I appreciate this opportunity to speak on behalf of Affordable Housing Lincoln and endorse the provisions for affordable and attainable housing in the Shape Lincoln Official Plan Update 2026. Affordable Housing Lincoln is a volunteer civic group focused on mobilizing political and public support for affordable housing within the town of Lincoln. We are partnered with the Poverty Project of Trinity United Church, Beamsville, which originated when one woman, Irene Romanoli, lived as a homeless person for 1 week in November 2024 on the front lawn of the church. Irene's purpose in this act was to shine a spotlight on poverty and homelessness in Lincoln. Over the past year, our community collaborative, that is Affordable Housing Lincoln, and the Poverty Project, has been exploring and assessing ways and means for achieving our expressed purpose of mobilizing political and public support to build on what Irene Romanoli set out to do in her courageous and incredibly selfless challenge to live homeless. In being here and speaking at this meeting, we are pleased to get our voice on the public record in favor of the significant provisions referencing affordable housing that are now embedded in the Shape Lincoln Official Plan Update 2026. Recognizing that the official plan is our town's land use planning policy framework for community building for the future, we submit that these provisions are critical in regard to the town's stated growth and settlement objectives, to provide for housing that is affordable and attainable, accessible and equitable to the community to meet the varying financial needs of existing and future residents, and to encourage diversity in housing in an effort to accommodate the broadest range of income levels and household demographics. In looking to the future and the implementation of the updated strategic official plan, we hearken back to the Lincoln Housing Needs Study findings and proposed affordable housing targets. That was report PD-16-25, approved by committee at its meeting in July 2025. That report garnered a robust and encouraging discussion, thank you, during that meeting, and we were especially heartened by the decision to endorse the target to encourage that 10% of all new ownership housing and 30% of all new rental housing in Lincoln be affordable. To meet this target now, which is included as a tool among many others in section 3.1.4.1 of the official plan, we strongly advocate that the town be proactive and in not only assessing official plan residential policies affecting affordable housing, but also adapting relevant policies to take full advantage of every affordable housing development opportunity. And we anxiously await the response to Mayor Easton's direction as a consequence of the findings from the Housing Needs Study, and that is the staff-led statement outlining various options for future affordable housing to help guide the town's next steps. So in closing, I assert that Affordable Housing Lincoln is dedicated to enabling council and community to work together in the best interests of those who seek to live in Lincoln in a home that they can afford without undue hardship. And just at this point, I would like to recognize the grassroots support that we are building in this town for affordable housing. And we do have a core group, the Affordable Housing Lincoln Core Group, and just so you know who we are, I'd like to introduce us. We have Irene Romanoli, of course, and we have Reverend Jane Capstick. We have Dr. Carl Stobie, Anthony Van Engelen, and Bob Groh. And we have all these people in the gallery this evening who are here because they are showing their support for what we are endeavoring to do to build this grassroots support. So while I have the podium, I would like to just let you know that arrangements are in the works for screening a significant documentary right here in Lincoln. Timing and location will be announced shortly. The documentary, Thinking Beyond the Market, a film about genuinely affordable housing. It's created by Dr. Brian Doucette, an associate professor at the University of Waterloo School of Planning, and it's based on his extensive research. And from his perspective, housing plays two roles in our society, but it can't succeed at both. On one hand, housing is shelter and a basic human right, and on the other hand, it's a commodity to make money and a source of wealth. So food for thought rests with Dr. Doucette's statement. If we think about a housing pendulum between these two, we look for policies and programs that actively shift housing away from speculation and towards a human right. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews. Do we have any questions from committee? I see Councilor Gemma is up first. Go ahead, Councilor Gemma.
Thank you, Chair Russell. Thank you for presentation. I've been telling people, I attended the presentation and the panel that our CAO was on and members from your group. And I think that's the first time we all talk about housing. We talk about it at council. We talked about it for years. We talk about it, but that's the first, and we've heard some things at ward meetings, but that's the first time I've really heard a full conversation and a back and forth, an opportunity to ask lots of questions and people stand up in the community and share their experiences. The mayor was there as well. The mayor spoke. And I thought it was really great, and it really got to a lot of really good points. And I've spoken to people after. People came up to me at the New Year's levee asking me questions about what they heard that day, about next steps. That person in particular that approached me asked some really good questions. So I want to thank you and your group for putting that together, because I think that's really what we all kind of needed. Really a great opportunity to back and forth and hear all different perspectives from everybody. Yeah, it was great. And so the documentary, when are we going to hear more about that?
Very shortly.
Okay. Like 5 minutes?
We have the two men in the front row are, leading the way with that, Bob and Anthony.
Okay. Interesting. Exciting. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Councilor Gemma. And we have Councilor Timmers up next. Councilor Timmers, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, through you to Margaret. Thank you so much for being here tonight, Margaret, and here representing the Affordable Housing Lincoln Group. I've met all of you numerous times now, and the housing panel that happened, the first go round, and then the second go round, and now a documentary. It's like, wow, that's amazing. So I just want to thank you all for being here tonight and for coming to our Housing Select Committee meetings. It's the first time we've had an audience, and you're there, I think, pretty much every meeting, which is fantastic. And I know this is something that we discussed around the table many times, was how are we going to get the community involved We need to get the community involved. We need them to help move this and support and advocate alongside of us. So I'm just really grateful that you're here, and I look forward to the next steps, and I can't wait to hear more about that documentary. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Timmers, and Mayor Easton's up next.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Well, Margaret, I'm not surprised that this group has gone from a mere interest in something as important as poverty to one where the end goal at the moment, because I'm sure there will be many end goals, is really the documentary. I mean, only in Lincoln and through your leadership and the leadership of others would we make that big leap, because it is a statement about how important you really believe this is. And so let me also say that change cannot happen without the involvement of community. But change with grousing and complaining is not a beneficial way to get to where you want to be. This group is not a group of complainers. These are people who know the direction that we need to be going, and you're willing to do this, which is the give and the take. And we're so appreciative. I'm really looking forward to the conversations that we're going to have. I'm looking forward to learning so much more than we know about this whole subject, and I'm very, very thankful that it is coming out of the shadows every week, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Mayor Easton. One more. Councillor Reimer, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Chair Russell. And I apologize ahead of time for repeating what Councillor Timmers and Mayor Easton have talked about, but thank you very much, Margaret, for your presentation, not only for the content, but for the way you presented. And also the support from our community. It was a privilege to be a part of that meeting up at the arena late last year, and looking very much forward to what we can accomplish together. It's exciting because it's backed by the activity and the hearts of a community, and something like that is always great to be a part of. So thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. And Margaret, again, I want to thank you for the content, because I appreciate you bringing the receipts and actually calling out some of our past policies and to hold us to account. So I appreciate that very much. I see no further questions, so you may take a break. And we have our next delegation, Mr. Noel Walker, Chair of the Housing Select Committee, regarding item 8.2.2, Shape Lincoln, official plan update, PD-01-26. Noel, please go ahead.
There we go. Chair Russell, Mayor Easton, council, staff, and members of the community, thank you for this opportunity to speak this evening in support of the encouraging direction provided by the proposed changes to the Town of Lincoln's official plan, Shape Lincoln. I'm speaking on behalf of the Housing Select Committee in support of the proposed update, in particular the sections that recognize affordable housing as essential infrastructure for the future of the Town of Lincoln. As we shared with Council last July in the Housing Needs Demand Study, the current housing crisis is no longer a theoretical concern or an abstract problem. In the Niagara region today, more than 35% of renting households spend more than 30% of their income on housing. Wait lists for community housing include more than 8,000 households, and some of these wait lists are longer than 10 years. Locally, Lincoln continues to experience rapid growth with limited new homes being built, affordable and otherwise. Limited housing options place increasing pressure on seniors, young families, and essential workers who want to be part of our community. Against that backdrop, we want to commend council and staff for several strong policy directions in the revised official plan. First, we believe it's vital that you've called out the need for a full range of housing types, densities, and tenures, including affordable housing. This matters. It signals that affordability across the housing spectrum is not just an afterthought, but is a core planning objective. Without that policy clarity, Other municipalities have struggled to leverage federal government funding or negotiate effectively with developers. Secondly, the plan's commitment to intensification, mixed-use development, and efficient use of serviced land creates real opportunity. Federal agencies such as the Build Canada Homes Affordable Housing Initiative prioritize projects that deliver affordability through gentle density, infill, and redevelopment on existing infrastructure. Lincoln's official plan now aligns well with those criteria, but alignment is not enough. Projects must be identified and supported and championed by council. Thirdly, we want to highlight the plan's emphasis on complete communities, places where people can live and work and age in place. Affordable housing is essential to that vision. Without it, we risk becoming a community where workers are forced to commute in, young adults are forced to leave, and seniors are displaced as housing options dwindle. I was pleased to see just this week the town of Lincoln recognized by the province as an age-friendly community, as has already been mentioned this evening. Your leadership in creating an inclusive and accessible community is being noticed, and prioritizing affordable housing is a part of that continued effort. And this brings us finally to the BDSS redevelopment site, which represents one of the most significant public interest redevelopment opportunities in Lincoln. The Housing Select Committee believes this site must include meaningful affordable housing component. This needs to not just be encouraged but communicated by council as a clear expectation. Given the land constraints in Lincoln, it's just a start, and more land and more properties will need to be identified in the future for affordable housing initiatives if we're going to achieve the targets that we have set. So why now? Because the Build Canada Homes Agency introduces new federal tools that didn't exist even 2 years ago. Low-cost federal financing, partnerships with municipalities and nonprofits, support for mixed-income developments on publicly influenced land. But these programs require municipal commitment. They require direction from council that affordable housing is a priority outcome and not just a residual possibility. In short, the official plan gives Lincoln the policy foundation that it needs. What's required now is a demonstration of public will. We respectfully ask council, number one, to continue to affirm affordable housing as a priority implementation outcome of the official plan. Two, we ask council to direct staff to directly pursue Build Canada Homes aligned partnerships and funding. And lastly, we ask council to ensure the BDSS redevelopment project include affordable housing as a core component. Doing so will not only respond to urgent need, it will ensure that Lincoln remains a community where people from diverse incomes and life stages can continue to belong. Thank you for your leadership and for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Noel, and that was perfect as far as time goes. Bang on. Appreciate that. All right, are there any questions from committee? Councillor Miklik.
Thank you very much, through you to Noel. Thank you. It's been a pleasure getting to know you throughout the years on this Housing Task Force, this committee. It's been a pleasure getting to know some of your members, some of the folks that are in this audience as well, to discuss this sort of thing. I talked to a few members, and there's strength in numbers, and it appears like there's a number of people here that, are appreciative of the effort that's being made. We're in our infancy, like we're just, working on this official plan, and we're gonna, work on it tonight. But that's the first step. Now we gotta work on that down the road, and we're gonna have not everyone liking certain developments in their backyards and that sort of thing. Can we count on this sort of support moving forward when we're taking on perhaps challenging applications that always seem to be fluid in nature, or always seem to change or push against official plans and as they currently might be?
Yes, I think so. The Affordable Housing Lincoln Citizen Group and the Housing Select Committee have been working together and discovering common interests and a common direction. And so we're really excited about this documentary and the awareness that that can raise and other opportunities. We're looking forward to connecting with community through the discussion panel that we had late last year and some other initiatives like that just brings the conversation forward. We appreciate that developments will have some resistance within our community, but I think largely across the board, we're recognizing the need for affordable housing broadly, not just it's not just a small project, but it is something that impacts each of our lives, each of our communities, and spheres of influence. We all know people that are dealing with not ideal housing situations.
Perfect. Thank you. And I asked that question because, like, you know, when we do have a challenging application before us, as I'm sure you've been in the stands, in the audience, observing. But, when there's only 2 or 3 people worried about, or hoping for affordable housing, it's different than when there's 50. And when there's an application that is, challenging or people are not in favor of within the community, there's 100. And it's hard to manage that sort of an audience or that sort of pushback. So I'm hoping that moving forward that, this support is continued, not just tonight itself. So that's why I bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mikulik. And again, before we go to Councilor Timmers, I just want to expand on a point there. I think that was a very good question. And again, in my time on council, about in my 8th year already, I haven't seen an advocacy group come in and be supportive of affordable housing when there's a development that's on the table. Because we usually get just, again, as Councilor Mikulik kind of alluded to, residents and their pushback on why they may not fit. And I have been one of them myself prior to council, being here, saying, again, why this may not fit a particular part of town. And it would be nice to have some of that advocacy and support to come in and let the developers know too, like, hey, we want a component, like the people want. It's not just council advocating for it, it's not just staff advocating for it, but it's a community advocating for it as well, that a component of that is affordable or attainable housing, depending on whatever definition you want to use, as part of whatever that development might be. So just, again, a future idea for yourselves and the advocacy groups behind you to keep in mind when we do have those plans come forward. Okay? And Councilor Timmers, you're up next.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Noel, thanks so much for being here tonight as Chair of our Housing Select Committee. You've done a lot of work and a lot of advocacy, and I'm just wondering, with the questions that were just put forward about developers, that's not really something that we talk about in the models that we are talking about at the Housing Select Committee. And I'm just wondering if you could speak a little bit to what the vision is for affordable housing, the conversations that we have at the Housing Select Committee.
Well, through you, Chair, to Councillor Timmers. As you know, in our conversation, our discussions, we are looking at the BDSS redevelopment project as being a place where an affordable housing project could take place. It won't solve affordable housing, but we're hopeful that it's a step in the right direction. We'd like to see something in that development called out or declared that that's going to be focused on an affordable housing project. With regards to vision, one thing that keeps coming up in our meetings as we talk to our nonprofit partners and developers and other people involved in dealing with affordable housing, there seems to be a sweet spot. We keep hearing about buildings like 6 stories, 54 units, that kind of size. That keeps coming up in our conversations, that kind of a project. And so I think when we think about building projects, we're thinking about something like that on the BDSS property. That's sort of the scale and the scope that we're looking at. But we're also aware of the fact that infill projects and other kinds of affordable housing initiatives in town are also a key part of the solution. There'll be a lot of different strategies that'll be needed over the next few years to address the number of units that we need in order to hit our targets.
Thank you, through you, Chair. So I guess I just wanted to put that perspective out a little bit in a little more detail around, also hoping to find a housing partner, someone who will manage and oversee this type of service, this type of home housing that we have a vision of. I think it's important for council to hear about that type of housing, whereas instead of just a developer comes in and maybe, a percentage of units are deemed affordable or attainable, we're looking at something that is all affordable, an entire structure. So I guess that's why I asked that question of you. I think next steps, this is a great first step. And we've talked also as well that there could be, more than one type and more than one location. So anyway, I just wanted to get those comments out on the table tonight. So anyway, thank you very much, Noel, for your work on this. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Timmers. That was a good question. I'm just going to go to Councillor Majema next.
Thank you, Chair Russell. I wanted to expand on Councillor Timmers' point that she just made, because I think that's a really good point, talking about a building on the BDSS site, because when, I used to chair the housing task force years ago, and what comes up recurrently is that you don't want affordable housing off by itself somewhere. So everybody says that place over there where those people live, you want it amongst a mixed-use community where there's people of all socioeconomic backgrounds and situations. So I wanted to make that comment, and that's why I think the BDSS site, no decisions have been made there yet, but I think that's why it's a really great idea to have something there, assuming there'll be other residential there as well. Thank you for your presentation. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Gemma. And again, I believe we do have that BDSS plan coming back in the next few months. Hopefully you guys will be able to reconvene at that point in time when it gets presented back to council. But Noel, I want to thank you for your time and all your commentary and some of the facts that you had laid out in your presentation. It was much appreciated. Thank you. Okay. There being no further delegations, I have a motion moved by Councillor Reimer that committee receive and file for information the following delegations regarding Shape Lincoln Official Plan Update PD-01-26. Margaret Andrews, Affordable Housing Lincoln, and Noel Walker, Housing Select Committee. I will now ask our Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open. The vote is closed and it carries.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. We will now consider item 8.2.2, Report PD-01-26, Shape Lincoln Official Plan Update. Director of Planning and Development will provide a presentation. Director Bruder, please go ahead. We'll just give a second.
Looks like I have the effect of emptying the room.
I was going to say, take no offense.
Just a couple. All right, good evening, members of council, everybody here in attendance tonight. It's my pleasure to bring forth the culmination of what's been a lot of work to bring Shape Lincoln 2051 Official Plan Update to these final stages. I want to note the word update here. I think, with all the work that's transpired, all the different types of terminologies, it's easy to forget. This isn't a comprehensive rewrite or a brand new official plan. We had a good base with our previous official plan. There was a lot of required updates based on a lot of moving parts, different levels of government, and various other things that we had to address. That's what really kickstarted this into motion, but I did want to highlight that this is in fact an update on the solid base that we had to work with our 2016 official plan. So going over just some of the things we're going to be talking about, some of which I'll try to power through as quickly as I can. You've heard it from me before, especially when we talk about some of the provincial legislation changes. I'll go through that quickly and try to get to the more meatier parts of the presentation, being the community feedback and the changes themselves, summarized to the best of our ability given the length of the document. So just to rehash why the need for the update. Well, first, just from a Provincial Planning Act point of view, we're required to review our official plan every so often. Every 5 to 10 years, typically. We started this endeavor a little while ago, a little bit after the 5 years, but certainly within the 10. And really what we were looking at is there's a few big things, incorporating changes in provincial legislation. They were happening before we started this process. They were happening while we were undertaking this process, and they're still happening as we try to bring this process to a conclusion. One of the things that happened within this process was the proclamation of Bill 23 that removed planning responsibilities from Niagara Region. I can't tell you how much work that resulted in, just in terms of reviewing all applicable official plan policies in the Niagara Regional Official Plan and incorporating where appropriate into our own. That was a significant undertaking, and really, that's what's taken the bulk of the time between when we were last engaging the public on this, going through the public meeting process until now. So it's been largely a technical and required exercise due to, again, that proclamation, but very involved nonetheless. And obviously, the last, and definitely not least, is, part of the reason why the Planning Act requires official plans to be reviewed every so often is we want to make sure we're capturing some of the latest and greatest input from our residents, from the community. So this review provided us with an opportunity to do so, and I'll quickly summarize for you some of the key themes that were brought up during that. So not to get too far into it, we've been down this road before, but the role of provincial planning policy. We've got some significant planning legislation documents at the provincial level. Firstly, the Planning Act. That really governs how we process planning applications, how we provide notifications, how we lay out our strategic plans, i.e. our official plan, and go about all those things, engage the community, plan for complete communities. It's more of a structure in terms of process-related things, how we get there, what we need to consider, steps we need to take. The provincial planning statement, this is probably the largest overarching provincial policy document that governs how planning processes in Ontario are undertaken and considerations that need to be made. You see here a graphic for the 5 key pillars. This is identified during the formation of the latest version of the provincial planning statement. So you've got generate appropriate housing supply, make land available for development, provide infrastructure to support growth, balancing housing with natural and agricultural resources, and ensuring effective implementation. Those were the 5 pillars when the province was reviewing and coming up with the latest iteration of the provincial planning statement. And then precipitating from that, you've got other large pieces of provincial legislation, very applicable here to our rural areas, Greenbelt Plan, Niagara Escarpment Plan, providing high levels of protection to our rural areas. And as I mentioned before, our official plan, our current one that's in place, was adopted in 2016. So it's been a while, and there's been a lot that's happened. So not to go too far into detail with all of these, I mentioned the provincial planning statement. One of the biggest things it includes is there used to be a provincial policy statement and a growth plan, and they were both separate documents. The growth plan providing things like growth forecast, how we're supposed to grow, allocations to single and upper tier municipalities, and then the provincial policy statement providing that higher level policy provision. They've been combined now, which provides a little bit easier of an approach for municipalities, planning authorities, because now it's a consolidated document. It's all included in one, meant to streamline the whole review process from that point of view. Another notable thing is there's now more flexibility for residential intensification for smaller communities. And this presentation, as I go through it, will kind of demonstrate what that means. It means for municipalities that aren't necessarily fast and growing, meeting that definition, there's an opportunity for us to identify strategically where our significant growth areas are, provided we meet our forecasts, which we've done. And again, I'll go through that in further detail. Lots of increased protections for employment areas that weren't there before. There's also updates to other things, terminologies, definitions, environmental policies, some of which we'll get into, but some of which I've mentioned many times over. So again, some of the provincial policy changes that we've been dealing with as we go forward, we've tried to keep it largely to things that would impact the official plan that are included in this presentation. Bill 17's done a few things to, from the provincial point of view, simplify the development approvals process, limiting the number of studies required for planning applications. We've talked about that before, but not just that. For the submissions that we are allowed to require as part of a planning application, if they're done by a qualified or otherwise designated or accredited professional, we are to accept those. There's no more back and forth in terms of, this doesn't meet what we were looking for, this and that. There needs to be a general terms of reference. If it meets that and it's done by an accredited personnel, then we go forward, and that we have to accept that, and the clock starts ticking on planning applications. Also, you see here passing bylaws or prohibit municipalities from passing bylaws for unique building code standards. That again comes down to things like urban design, little bit less, we'll call it control that's afforded to us from provincial regulation. That said, we still include guidelines in Shape Lincoln official plan because we found through working collaboratively, we're still able to come to some resolutions and provide some recommendations that do get uptake. There's a couple other things that are still up in the air as we speak. One of the big ones is ongoing consultations that the province is undertaking for standardizing official plans themselves. We don't know yet when that's going to come forward or exactly what that's going to entail, but a lot of that could lead to a reduction in some of the things that you see in Shape Lincoln official plan. References to densities, references to kind of those more detailed things, stories of buildings, all things like that could be on the table for not being included, and then some updates just to the structural components and how things are moved around. So not proclaimed yet, and we're working before that. As a matter of fact, I had a conversation with our legal counsel about that, who highly recommended we do move forward even while this is happening, because you can never, as I've mentioned before, get to the point where you've addressed every single policy change. You have to draw the line somewhere. There's been other policy changes to shorten the development approvals process. Pre-consultations now aren't even a requirement for a planning application process. We still do them. Developers and applicants tend to like them because it helps them scope what they're going to need. So it hasn't been too much of an issue for us, but something we've nevertheless had to highlight in our updated official plan policies as it pertains to complete applications and procedural matters. Site plan control, we have a section in our official plan regarding how that goes. There's now exemptions for developments with 10 or few dwelling units, not subject to site plan control. Things like landscaping requirements we can't ask for site plan control. So we've had to change the terminology in our official plan to conform with, in this case, Bill 109. Talked before about there's been reduced processing timelines for planning applications. So we've had to review in light of that and make sure that we're capturing ways to streamline applications best we can. Any references to third-party appeals, obviously that's had to be brought up to date in accordance with Bill 185. There's some new things happening too, minor deviations for the zoning bylaw of up to now 10% permitted as of right provisions. So anything within 10% of those provisions now is fine. It's not really an official plan item, but it's just a component of Bill 60, which has had other implications. And then there's just been some other policy changes for promoting new development. Thankfully, it's not effective of the Greenbelt plan, but ministerial zoning orders now, because of Bill 60, don't even have to conform to provincial or local policy. But thankfully, where they would apply, most of our urban areas are surrounded by Greenbelt lands, to which this does not apply. Official plans must also now accommodate the the development of schools or public institutions like that for publicly funded schools as a component of Bill 185 anywhere now, any residential land. Now, that's not as big of a deal for us, as you'll hear, because in our zoning bylaw, we had a public use provision included in there anyway that allows for those types of things, more land use flexibility and permissions. So that was fine, but just some tweaks to the wording as a result. And then some other things here specific to protected major transit station areas. We have one. That would be our future GO Transit Station secondary plan area. In these, some interesting things coming from the province lately in terms of, if you ever wanted as a municipality to reduce density in that area, it actually needs ministerial approval. Reason being is those are the strategic growth areas. They want to see them grow at an intensified rate. So that's an interesting change. And then now there's been relief of minimum parking standards in these areas as well, something that the province has mandated, not something that's negotiable for the municipality, but needs to be reflected nonetheless in our policies. There's also other chatter about ministerial exemption for low and medium residential developments from zoning or site plan approval. We don't know what that looks like. We don't know when it's going to be proclaimed. It would require a lot more of a structural framework. So it's on our radar, but there's really no information available and no indication of when or how that's going to be brought forward. But again, it just goes to show you where some of the direction is going on some of these things. And then, as I've mentioned before, with respect to properties that aren't designated, but they're on our list of non-designated heritage properties for future consideration. We're working through those. You've seen quite a few designations come through in the past year, but we've only got until next year to get as many designated as we can, or then they will be removed from that roster, which means there'd be a limitation on demolition protection for those. Finally, I already talked about this, but removal of Niagara Region planning responsibilities. What that means is there's a lot of policy frameworks that the region had in their official plan. They actually had jurisdiction of. We had memorandums of understanding between us, the lower tier municipalities in the region, things like environmental impact studies, watershed and sub-watershed management, source protection, source drinking water protection, things like that. So now we've had to assimilate a lot of those policies into our official plan, as well as the region still maintains the larger infrastructure pertaining to treatment, water and wastewater treatment, higher level transmission, and then looking at regional roads as well. So there's still policy sets that need to be reflected or need to reflect those responsibilities of the region in our official plan, things we've had to work through to consolidate, not duplicate. So it was an extensive review process. So moving on to some of the key areas that we heard about, and this is across, we had a survey open to start the project, we had an open house, we had a statutory public meeting, we had a follow-up public meeting, and then there's obviously been an opportunity throughout whenever we posted updates or things that anybody would be interested in. We did receive some forms of input. And the key themes really, there's a lot of appetite for protecting agricultural areas. And I couldn't agree more. And it's actually something that we're required to do, as I mentioned, by those provincial policies, those Greenbelt, those Niagara escarpment land, and even prime agricultural policies. Prime agriculture is up on top of the escarpment, kind of in the southern area of our town, above the escarpment. So, there's already a lot of extensive land use permissions there. I don't think I need to go through them. But nevertheless, one of the things that came up is, well, it's not just enough to protect that. What about open air crops, specifically tender fruit crops? How do you protect that? We've got greenhouses going up. Is there an opportunity? And this is one of those times where there isn't really much of an opportunity because, according to the province, open air crops, tender fruit, greenhouses, they're considered crops together. So we wouldn't be in alignment with provincial policy if we started regulating one over the other. But that said, we still remain committed to working with OMAFRA to try to identify, more optimum ways of making sure we preserve our rural lands. But that is the reality of it. So that's been explained before at our public information centers. You heard it tonight, increasing supply of affordable housing, diversity of housing choices. Again, 78% of our existing housing stock is single detached dwellings. I think that says it all, that there's a need to diversify. And then when you look at our growth projections leading out to 2051, and what new residential units are coming online, it changes. Then it's 40% lower density, 15% medium, 45% high density. So again, that's addressing the existing skew and looking at, the province's mandate for more diversification of housing choices, which is in line with this particular piece of input. Again, providing a diverse range of land use permissions to meet future needs. I think this is a great comment, but I think it's also important to note this update, why I mentioned it's an update, it wasn't an opportunity for us to go look at every single designation of all the properties in town and start redoing things. That's an extensive process that needs to involve property owner input. We wouldn't normally do that without, a request, but the fact of the matter is, we do have a range of uses already. That's been incorporated within the town for quite some time, from commercial to industrial, different forms of residential. Institutional, that's another thing we heard as well, there's not enough institutional uses. Well, if there is a need, we can consider that need on a case-by-case basis. But overall, there is a cross-section of different land use permissions. Protection of existing town character, especially in low-density neighborhoods. I'll get into this a little bit more when I talk about the changes, but this was one of the bigger ones in terms of it being vocal. And I think really the message was, some people, they love their neighborhoods. They love that stable neighborhood. It's a little bit more quieter. It's relaxed. It's got a certain character element to it, and they don't want to see that go away. I can appreciate that, but at the same time, we've also got areas that we've earmarked for more significant growth. Why? Because we have to, in terms of that strategic identification of those areas as we move forward, out to 2051. We know there's growth coming, so you do have to identify suitable locations for it. So there's got to be a balance in there, and I'll go into a little bit more how we approach that. And then finally, some issues maybe a little less oriented towards our official plan, but nevertheless do have relatable components to them. Traffic volumes and truck movement within Lincoln. I heard this a lot at a couple of our public information centers. Again, we've done certain things by adding more of a complete streets framework that the region's developed to the official plan, better references to that, and our own transportation master plan. But generally speaking, as we consider development, the process typically is we assess that both on a case-by-case basis, but also looking at the larger network, depending on the complexity, density, and nature of those developments that come in. So we're going to keep doing that as we move forward. Getting into some of the key updates that happen, and we tried to kind of thematically approach this. Obviously, with a document of this size, we can't get in all of them, but trying to pull out the main ones. We tried to address user-friendliness a little bit, just in terms of how any one particular policy shouldn't necessarily be interpreted in isolation. The plan needs to be read, including, there's all kinds of cross-references to different sections, all relatable to each other. There needs to be a fulsome approach to reviewing these things. Also looking at how there's relation to tables, maps, and how they need to be interpreted in conjunction with each other. Better language to represent legal non-conforming uses, just to make sure we're clear. And also including new and amended definitions from provincial policy. Things now like designated growth areas, strategic growth areas, protected major transit station area, all those things. Even some of our natural environment definitions, ecological system, the definitions have been updated, so we needed to be on top of those. We had to remove most references to the Niagara Region official plan since it's no more, and we have to rely on ours. That was pretty significant in of itself. So we had to go through there, and there is still references to some Niagara Region policy in certain instances, but the official plan, like I said, now needs to be emulated through ours. I mentioned before a public use policy. Public use policy, it applies to something that's provided. It could be a recreational item, it could be civic, social, and it's done on behalf of, by, or in partnership with any levels of government institution, any associated agency. We already have it in our zoning bylaw, and it just provides land use flexibility for these types of public uses. So We added this just to be consistent with our zoning into our official plan. Also, with the caveat that, for affordable housing projects that are developed in partnership with a government institution, think of Niagara Regional Housing, if we're involved or any other entity of that sort, or a charitable or nonprofit, then that might align to the public use policy as well. Now, that doesn't give just carte blanche. There's still zoning regulations that apply wherever it's proposed, but it does allow for more flexibility to consider that type of use. Growth forecasting and management. You've heard me talk a lot about our growth projections. There was an exercise that we went through with the region in 2022 when we all had to make sure we had appropriate growth targets to project out to 2051, reflecting as close as we could get to, an accurate forecast of how we think things are going to go. Those forecasts still remain the most recent ones that we have. They happened in 2022, so well after our consolidation of our official plan that we're currently working with from 2016, so we had to incorporate those. I mentioned before, there's more flexibility in new provincial policy to better strategically identify areas that we're really anticipating the most growth and intensification. We've done that. We've got the Ontario Street Intensification Corridor, our GO Transit Station Secondary Plan Area, Prudhome's, and our central business districts. And aside from maybe some infill opportunities scattered throughout, these are the areas where we would anticipate kind of the most compact built form, the most growth. And we've been trying to proactively plan for that. And what that does is that affords us an opportunity to kind of make that differentiation on policies for existing small-town character. At one point, we wanted to remove small-town character because we didn't know if we would be able to fully honor that policy, given that we are experiencing, or we will experience, some significant growth. But what we've done is we've incorporated it back into the document with the caveat that when you talk about, protecting character in general, you're talking about transition from some of these higher growth areas to lower growth, but you're also, you're recognizing there are stable neighborhoods where we don't anticipate that higher density growth. There is definitely a significant portion of land, if you look at our maps, our official plan schedules, where those neighborhoods are there. And, they do have their own character, and we do want to see that preserved. So we've included small town character from the point of the relaxed and kind of more quiet atmospheres that they offer to the residents, but at the same time, we recognize there needs to be a balance because there are other areas in town that are going to go through more significant changes and different built forms to diversify housing options and provide more land use opportunity. So some changes in residential policies. Bill 23 allowed up to three residential units as of right on any single detached lot, semi-detached lot, townhouse lot. So we had to make that change in our official plan. We increased the max density range for high density from 120 units per hectare to 160. And the reason why is when you look at minimum densities in other high density areas that are proposed in the provincial planning statement, usually they hover around the minimum 150. So, probably what the province is looking for is for us not to have a maximum cap, but we figured this provided a little bit of wiggle room and at least provide some goalposts for us moving forward that we can maintain. Otherwise, we kept density ranges for low and medium density the same. And when you look at high density designations in the town, there's not that many areas, just very, very small pockets, and mostly associated with areas we've already earmarked for significant growth. From an affordable housing perspective, you heard about some of the targets we identified. Now, those aren't hard and fast, we must hit targets because it's very difficult, especially in official plans, to actually mandate affordable housing in all new developments. But what the targets do is they give us something that, targets that we need to look to achieve and targets we can strive for. Looking at things like that public use provision, that's a way for us to do it. Streamlined application processing and increased land use permission and flexibility, especially for purpose-built affordable housing. That's what we're targeting. Those types of things help us to achieve those targets, and those are the means by which we can do it, not including some regulatory framework, because that's easily challenged. And a lot of municipalities that have tried to go down that road have either reversed course or found it extremely problematic. So, I think you heard tonight, generally, there's a support for what we've done, looking at opportunities for land use and in some cases, some minor zoning flexibility. But again, not carte blanche. This isn't, a situation, purpose-built or not, where we're going to want to see a 8-story building where there's a bunch of single detached houses all around it. There still needs to be, and there will be, discretion on that. It's still a built form consideration, but the flexibility helps us achieve those targets we're looking to work towards. Not a lot of changes to our agricultural policies because we went through a lot to keep them up to date. All the agriculture-related on-farm diversified and some of the scale considerations that come along with that are required to come along with that in the Greenbelt. We had the same thing with up to the 3 additional dwelling units. That's applicable to the rural areas as well. However, in Greenbelt lands, the 3 units can't be, they've got to be contained within the existing dwelling, just because of the way Greenbelt is. It's hard to put it in an accessory dwelling. We ensured that policies reflect limitations for properties in Greenbelt and prime ag and prime agricultural areas. And one of the things I did want to highlight for you is we included a new policy set when it comes to Greenbelt. And what we did, and a few of the area planners have been working towards it, also municipalities outside Niagara that have Greenbelt implications. We don't know if the Greenbelt plan is going to be reviewed. We've heard some chatter that it could be. We don't know what that means. We don't know when it's going to happen. But if it ever does, we want to make sure we're prepared in terms of, we want to make sure we've got some applicable criteria. If that ever does happen and we are to need to look to consider changes proposed by private developers or whoever. So we did develop, there is a policy set that recognizes Greenbelt is Greenbelt as it is right now, no change. But if it ever was going to change, we would need to look at certain criteria to evaluate. If it applies to any applicable land, where is that land? Is it right next to the urban area? It needs to be. Can it be adequately serviced? Is there capacity? Those things need to happen. Does it result in impacts to adjacent farmlands? Does it have significant agricultural viability, i.e., that would be found out through an agricultural impact assessment. All those things we've included in this policy in the event that there ever is a change, just so we don't have to rely on any policy that we don't know yet to apply any type of criteria. So this is something, again, I've been in consultation with other planning directors about, and it's been an initiative that's been carried forward. There's been a lot of change at the provincial level with respect to employment areas. When you talked about employment, traditionally you're talking about industrial or manufacturing type operations. Now we're able to recognize more different types of employment and actually include forecasts for them, which we've done in our official plan. You've still got your designated employment areas. There's 2 in Lincoln, one in our Bartlett Industrial Park, right around us here, and then up near King Street as well, south on Bartlett. Those are kind of the traditional employment areas, but we've got office commercial designations that offer major commercial. And then we can even consider now, in terms of employment forecasts, rural employment, which is a huge sector in the town, and then population-related employment. That would mean like your small-scale commercial and retail opportunities. So now there's a better way to plan for and keep track of those, and also to make sure that they're incorporated in our overall employment projections to tell the whole story. And then there's a whole bunch of different types of policy direction to consider and group similar types of employment uses, what I just talked about, together where possible to minimize impacts. Industrial development, you got to be careful because you can't have a budding residential development. There's guidelines to what that transition looks like, and you don't want either one, the residential affecting the industrial or vice versa. They both need to be able to coexist, so there's a lot more policy framework to make that clear and better evaluate that. On the natural environment point of view, a lot of things have been downloaded again from the regional official plan to us. The big ones, maintaining watershed and sub-watershed plans, source protection, those things now, we can still work with Niagara Region. They still have expertise that we can leverage, but ultimately now the responsibility falls to us. There's been changes to things like the Endangered Species Act. You used to have to assess possible habitat and linkages. Now it's just the habitat, no linkages. So there's kind of a consolidation of how expanded a review can be. And again, that's something that was brought forward at the provincial level. We had pieces of natural environment policies all over the document, but what we did now is just to make sure that it's more strategic, it's more easily understood, and adds prominence is we've consolidated them all into one section, pulling them from all different parts and putting them together. And then, like I mentioned, there's some updated terminology that we had to stay on top of as well. So what happened? So now we've gone through this exercise. We've done all these things that I just talked about, made all these changes. Where do we go from here? So we've brought this forward for endorsement tonight. It says here, reviewed by the province. They actually are reviewing now. They also get a chance. Any new or updated official plan, they need a certain amount of time to review too, before we actually go through final adoption. They're in the process of that now, but reviewing concurrently and bringing this forward to council or to committee in the meanwhile is a step that municipalities take, obviously. Following this and following completion of the provincial review, which I don't anticipate any major changes. If there are, those will obviously be brought forward for council information as well. But otherwise, then we go through an appeal period, and then after that, the official plan is adopted. It becomes in place. It replaces the previous version. But I think what I wanted to convey, the last thing, I promise, is, you know, I've heard before, whenever we update a document, a legislation document, oh, good, that's it, no more amendments or anything like that. Just so everybody knows, it's not going to work that way. There still remains a bunch of policy changes that are continuing to come down the pipe. And again, this is an overarching document. This is not something that gets into the nitty-gritty of every single property, other than providing general designations for large expanses of land. But there's going to be changes. There's going to still be applications. And again, because of our role as a municipality, we are required to consider them, even if we have a relatively up-to-date document. It doesn't mean that we can just say, no, we just updated our official plan, we're done here. So again, I know that that's probably what a lot of people would like to see, is finally an endpoint where here we point to this and it's the be-all, end-all. Not necessarily. But what it does do is it provides us an updated framework to evaluate, and it does give us a lot of support, policy support, when we are evaluating these applications, these considerations that are coming forward. And we're going to continue to do that effectively, as we've always done, and weigh out all of the policy considerations for your information and consideration. And finally, that's it. I am happy to take any questions. I brought my document up here with me if I need to refer to anything, so open it up.
Thank you, Director Bruder. Wow, that was a lot of words. Hopefully you have some water up there to take a drink. Again, kudos to you. Again, summarizing 400 pages into 17 is quite a task in itself. So again, appreciate you and your team and getting that all done. We do have some questions. The first being Councilor Gemma. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Russell. Thank you for your presentation, Director Bruder. Is it okay if I say you have a gift for talking about planning and not making it boring? Policies? It's okay. Okay, I say it. And I want to thank you and your staff for, you should be recognized for taking this on in-house. It's obviously a lot of work. That's a technical term, by the way, a lot of work. It works for me. Because, you know, I think it's probably, there's a lot of advantages to that because you and your staff are most familiar with the municipality, interdepartmental collaboration, all in real time, and, you know, potentially saving money too. It can't be easy having a consultant do it either, right? You gotta constantly be reviewing it, sending it back and forth. So thank you for doing that. I have a question. The top of page 2 of your report, there's a reference to commercial services, quote unquote. I was looking for a definition of that, and I couldn't see it anywhere in the official plan. I was wondering if that's old language from the old official plan, or when we say commercial services, what do we mean? Do you want me to read the whole thing if I can find it?
Through your chair, if you could, Councillor, I didn't bring up a copy of the report.
Okay, where is my, here it is. CIP report. Okay, just go back to the very top.
Do you want to come back in the queue, Councilor Gemma, while you're searching that up? Or are you
No, I
almost
found it.
close?
Thank you. It sort of starts at the end of the first page and on the second page. A community's vision for growth and development is implemented through an official plan, which is a land use planning document for the entire municipality. The official plan addresses issues such as housing, the natural environment, heritage preservation, employment needs, agriculture, and commercial services, and tourism, parkland, recreation, et cetera. So what do we mean when we say commercial services? And I'm asking that sort of as the chamber rep, because I know the chamber was here earlier on. I was looking through to see what would be of interest to the chamber, and yeah.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's kind of an older, it's not really meant to be a definition. I think, maybe it should have been combined with the word employment because the definition of employment has been updated to include commercial services. But I think what we were trying to say is, when you think commercial, you think that smaller scale, shops type, retail, things like that. We want to make sure that that's included in the overall vision as well as larger employment. I think that's all we were trying to say there.
Okay. Understood, thank you. And Mr. Chair, I have another question. Okay. There was correspondence we received late in the day from Arcadis Planning regarding land on the east side of 19th Street. How, if at all, has their request been addressed?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so they did bring that up previously with staff, but, what they're referring to in the regional official plan before the region, their planning responsibilities were removed. In their mapping, they showed an overlay of, this land that they're talking about, which is south of Jordan on the east side of 19th, is in Niagara Escarpment plan area. That's the NEC regulates the land use, but in the regional official plan, there was a piece of greenbelt overlay, specialty crop overlay, but it was only in the Niagara Regional Official Plan mapping. It is not in provincial mapping. And it was not in, our previous official plan didn't show that overlay either. It just showed it as Niagara Escarpment. They were asking for that specialty crop overlay not to be carried forward to our official plan, but because it's not included in provincial plan mapping anyway, we can't at this point. We have to conform with provincial mapping, which doesn't show that. So really, it's a non-issue. It was, maybe they didn't realize that. I think their issue was more with the old regional official plan than ours. But we've been consistent in that those lands are Niagara Escarpment plan area, which they remain.
Yeah, okay, great. I was just wondering because we did receive it, and I know there was no mapping changes during this exercise, so. And one more question, Mr. Chair? No, thank you. The heritage roster work that you're doing, is staff alone in that work? Or is staff, with the Heritage Committee, or I think there's 185 left on the list. So how are we going to look at that? How would you like to look at meeting all those and dealing with those 185 properties?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we've done a couple of things. The short answer is we won't be able to work through all of those. But the Heritage Committee did some great work in that they created kind of a triage, a categorization based on what the attributes or the potential attributes might be. And they did it according to priority. What's the development pressure? What are the potential heritage traits to be preserved? And we're working through the ones that were identified to be the highest priority now. Staff, we don't have any designated or actual heritage staff on staff. Ms. Coquiera does, she runs that portfolio for the most part, but we do engage a consultant to help us, and the Heritage Committee helps us do the background research, and then the Heritage consultant does things like, prepare the statements, prepare the draft reports, bring the justification together. And we also work in some cases with property owners. We've been fortunate that the designations that have come forward, the property owners have initiated some of those, and they often play a key role too. They have access to parts of the history and things that needed to be included in the reports. So we have help, But it is being stick-handled by, by staff, right, at the end of the day.
You have priorities and you have help and you have a plan forward, but you don't think you're gonna be able to address all 185?
No.
No. So just a question of clarification, Mr. Chair? What's the impact of that?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So the impact is for the ones that we don't designate, they fall off of that roster. So they fall off of that for a period of 5 years, meaning the whole point of this roster, this non-designated roster, means we've identified these as potentially having heritage value or interest, but they're not designated, but because they're on this list, if a demolition application comes up, we can hold off on issuing demolition for 60 days to figure it out, whether or not we want to pursue it. We won't have that ability anymore after this. We can still try to proceed with designations. It's just that protection won't be there.
Right. And one more question of clarification, Mr. Chair. Oh, I'm asking clarification of what he said, so it's not a question. It's a question about what he just said. So, is there a conversation with the property owners on that roster to see how they feel about the future and if they can't wait to get off that roster, or if they're, more work for everybody? I'm just wondering if that kind of thing goes on.
Through you, Mr. Chair, not really. We haven't really touched on that too much. We've put out, notifications, offers for residents to initiate the process as well, encouraging collaboration with us. That's really where the communication efforts have been so far. We don't really want to get into what happens after. We're just trying to focus on doing what we can first, and then we'll continue to do that work, but it's not something we've talked about too much, what happens after.
Of course.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your leeway.
Bonus
Mr.
questions?
Chair. Leeway.
Thank you, Councillor Gemma.
Thank you.
Councillor Reimer, you are up next.
Thank you, Chair Russell. Thanks for this, Matt. I would agree with Chair Russell in applauding you for condensing that 400-page document into something we can sink our teeth into. It's a lot of waiting to do through there. There must be some level of frustration in working so hard on a document, realizing it's never going to be complete, technically, right? Like, there's an ongoing, you mentioned yourself, you don't know when this bill will be implemented or how it'll be implemented and when, right? Those types of things. So thank you for your patience and working through this. One question of clarification, I think you saw me raise my eyebrows. On slide 7, Bill 109, it talks about the elimination of site plan controls for 10 or fewer units. And you mentioned landscaping. What's the extent of that elimination of site plan controls, like as far as infrastructure, like drainage and setbacks and everything else? I understand the intent of all these, but, and believe me, I deal with some of those on a daily basis, but some of this makes me a little bit scared. So what's the extent of that control?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Setbacks and things, we're still fine because our zoning bylaw still applies. So, whatever a property's zoned, it'll have associated setbacks. That's still in play. They need relief from those. They've got to go through a process unless they're within that 10% variation. But from a site plan component, yeah, it means exactly how it sounds. But what we do when it comes to things like grading and drainage, we deal with those now at the point of building permit applications if we have to. So, prospective developers, they'll submit a grading plan. We'll require some drainage details that need to be assessed. It's not perfect, to be honest with you, but that's about the best we can do if we can't, hold them to site plan approval. Even then, we still have, worst case, we have our site alteration and fill bylaw we could fall back on if they're doing significant work on the property. That would still apply because we don't have a planning application to run them through. So there's a few different levers that for us to assess things like that way. But otherwise, if at this point we're not allowed, we can tell them it's in their best interest to go through a truncated site plan process, and some still might do it. It doesn't mean we can't try to work towards that, but ultimately, we can't require it.
Okay, so question of clarification, Chair Russell, if I may. So just going back to the drainage then, and if we're going to do that through a building permit process, are we still going to be accepting like a bond or monies and release that upon completion of proper drainage, or has that now been taken away from us?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have small, as you know, performance bonds and things that we can hold, but not to the extent of a traditional letter of credit that would come along with a site plan.
Interesting. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Chair Russell.
Thank you, Councillor Reimer. Councillor Mikulic's up next.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you to Matt. My wife, she got a book at the library. I chose to read this. There is a lot of reading to it, so I do have a few questions. Just curious about institutional zoning. Is this a thing? I didn't see it on the mapping anymore. I didn't see any pieces of property that were institutional zoning, and I asked that question because I'm curious, like, what happens when a church gets sold? What happens when a school gets sold? What does the zoning become by right?
Through you, Mr. Chair. The zoning, like through the zoning bylaw, yes, there is institutional zoning out there on properties, but institutional zoning can happen. There's a blanket residential designation in the official plan.
That's what I saw.
Institutional zoning can happen within those areas. So in our zoning bylaw, it will show institutional. It's just from a designation perspective at a very high level, there's residential, and some of that is to do with, again, institutional uses. Now, from an official plan perspective at least, there's more flexibility in land use permission where those types of uses could happen. But nevertheless, they're still regulated through our zoning bylaw. I know it's confusing, but that's the way it works.
No. And second question, when reading the community vision, it's trying to give a feel of the community. It's trying for anybody coming into town, trying to build something, trying to do something. They look at the official plan and they try to get a feel or an understanding of the town that they're going to start dealing with. And we talk about orchards, vineyards, woodlots, and all these beautiful things that makes our town special. And I'm wondering was there any consideration to using or to strengthening that brand, the benchlands? I didn't really read that. I didn't really see that anywhere except the replacement of 20 Valley Tourism to the benchlands. I didn't see it anywhere in the community vision. Is this something we could consider or should have considered, or was an oversight? Like, I'm not sure.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, that's a good question. You're right, we did. We had to update the terminology to reflect the Benchlands brand. But when I think of the Benchlands brand, and what comes with that from a symbolic point of view, you think of the escarpment, you think about our rolling rural lands and wineries and all those agritourism opportunities. And if you look throughout the official plan document, you'll see that there's been quite a few changes to promote those types of things. Historically, in the current version of our 2016 official plan, we talk a lot about agricultural excellence. That's kind of the be-all and end-all when it comes to our rural lands in the official plan we currently have. We've expanded that. We're trying now to really promote the local tourism industry that the Benchlands represents. We do promote natural features in terms of the escarpment being a significant provincial feature. We talk about, again, the importance of our wineries, the wine route, and all those things in the official plan. So while, we might not have a dedicated section, it is reflected throughout. First of all, the importance of the rural area from the town of Lincoln, but from the perspectives of agricultural innovation and excellence and agritourism. So we tried to cover it off that way.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that through you. I just don't see it written. I don't see it really written or used the way I thought it might have been. That's just like a thought of mine. Another question, like on page 283, section 2, or item 6.2.2, we talk about active transportation, and the verbiage is pretty direct. It's like to provide continuous linkages from, it goes on, right? Various things to provide. Are we able to do that? How can we do that? Like we may not be able to, or are we expected to provide, or is it like to make a best effort to, or like I'm just trying to understand what could come our way down the road if somebody was to challenge that statement, or any other statement within the official plan that I might have missed, because there's quite a bit there.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. If you look, it's a policy objective. So when you look at a lot of these sections, they've got objectives, what we're trying to achieve, and then they've got a policy framework underneath, which you'll see here. The policy framework is on the next page. So I would take this more, as again, clarification for the reader. This would be, that is something that we're striving for. We're striving to provide those direct linkages. But I think there always is a layer of realism, whether or not they can be actually completed in a given circumstance. This is just generally speaking what we're looking to achieve. That's the way I would read that.
Yeah, I just want to make sure, if you have certain, we just went through it with these bridges, like they're 600, 700, 800 grand, and we want to provide active transportation, we want to provide linkages, but at the same time, we can't be expected to provide 600, 700 grand to provide those linkages because, we've written to provide. So I just want to make sure we're aware of that. And then last question. All right. So does this document have teeth within it to, one thing I hear from various tourists, various people that come to this area, they love the area, they drive down Highway 8, they drive down Jordan Road, they drive down the various corridors, gateways, and they say how beautiful it is to drive along and to see these fantastic things, whether it's forests, the escarpment, vineyards, orchards, all this. Do we have teeth to protect that and not let it become something that is not what we currently are?
Through you, Mr. Chair, definitely. And we've got those teeth through, this is where, in this case, provincial policy does come in handy. You've got 66% of our land base that's protected, our rural land base, meaning as of right now, and probably the foreseeable future, as far as I know, that there's no significant development that can happen on those lands, other than, these uses we're talking about, these agritourism type uses, these agricultural uses, and the like that. So I would say, there's definitely a lot of opportunities for protection. We identify, again, the importance of our rural lands. We reflect that provincial policy in our document. And again, when you're looking at provincial policy from a protection standpoint, doesn't get a whole lot better than Greenbelt and Niagara Escarpment Commission lands, that's for sure.
Okay, perfect. Those are my three for now. I'll come back later and see.
Thanks, Councillor Mikulik. Councillor Brunei, please go ahead. Oh, you're still on. Oh, there you go.
Thank you, Chair Russell. Through you to Mr. Bruder. Matt, if you didn't have to take out the word region as many times as you did, you probably could have got this through a lot sooner, eh?
Yep.
That was a joke. That was a joke, not a question.
Well, I can answer it anyway.
But seriously, the question I have for you surrounding the region is, in your opinion, in the fact that the Niagara region no longer has planning, any responsibilities, any planning authorities, does this mean that our official plan has more teeth, is stronger, is a better document sitting on somebody's shelf?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is an interesting question. I would say from a teeth perspective, maybe not necessarily, but what it does now is our official plan is much more comprehensive in that it covers things and provides more regulatory ability for us than it did before, because there was often, a little bit of a divide between some of the regional responsibilities and ours. And now our official plan has become a lot more fulsome in that, anything to do with the town from a local perspective is now completely within our official plan. So, teeth, I think there's still the same kind of nature in terms of teeth, but now we've at least got more items included within our official plan that we can address, if that makes sense.
Okay, great. I appreciate that response, Director Bruder. Second question through you, Chair. Matt, you mentioned a number of times that this needs to be not a static document. It needs to be flexible. We need to be able to pivot. You also mentioned that, we have gone to long and deep efforts to make sure that we target appropriately within our municipality the areas where we want the growth to develop to occur. And you have mentioned, in nauseam that is Prudhome's, that is a GO Transit hub area, that is Ontario Street. And at no time did we ever identify an area along King Street on Lincoln Avenue, and we all know where we're going with a piece of property there. So what does this really all mean when it comes right down to it? When we look at what the province is doing, and we all try to be as respectful to the province, we delegate, we try to develop relationships, but Bill 23, Bill 17, Bill 60, MZOs, what does this all mean, Director?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think first of all, as I said before, I think there's been some movement, and we can look at the latest provincial planning statement where municipalities, especially similar size to us, there has been a little bit more afforded to us just to do just this, strategically identify where we plan to grow the most. And you're right, that area is not one of those areas where we anticipated that. So I think what it does is it does provide us a little more of a foundation to identify where it's not appropriate. I think leading up until now, I think generally speaking, the province's mandate, and it still is to try to encourage as much diversity in housing and as much housing as they possibly can. They've identified an issue, they're trying to solve it, that's fine. But again, I think now, and you talk about MZOs, I don't think that's as much of a factor here, just given that we're surrounded by Greenbelt and it's not quite the same as these bigger municipalities where there's other growth pressures. But here, I think what it all means is I think we do have a little bit more of an ability, being that we've shown we've done our homework and tried to plan strategically on where, again, not all the growth, but the most compact and dense growth is going to happen. And I think that helps us make our case where maybe there's other areas that might not necessarily be the same level of appropriateness.
Okay, thank you, Matt. I appreciate that response, and I do, and I think all of council, and obviously we heard it this evening. I think there's a large group of our community that appreciate the work that you've done on this document, especially in the area of affordability and housing, and all those things that we've been pushing for a long time. So I do appreciate the work that you've done on this document. Through you, Director, or through you, Chair Russell. My last question. Matt, I know you've said over and over again that you don't anticipate, and yes, we have 66% of our land mass is protected with Greenbelt, and at the end of the day, that's probably a good thing. We have fertile farmland and we need to protect it. However, we all know in certain pockets of our wards, there are certain land masses where urban meets rural. And you mentioned we need to be ready if and when the province ever opens this up. And you mentioned the word servicing. So we have a couple of areas in Ward 1 where we've had major road reconstruction occurring, water and sewer, Hillside Drive and Lincoln Avenue, to name a couple. Whereby many residents have been reaching out. They're not asking for development. They're not asking to build more homes. All they're asking for is clean drinking water. So as we prepare for that one day that might happen, how do we deal with filling in those areas of our municipality where people don't have drinking water and necessary services on those borders of urban and rural?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that's exactly, to what I said, why we need to be ready if there ever are changes, because as you know, right now with Greenbelt policy, there are limitations on extensions of servicing. But, I think as long as we're strategically identifying where those issues are and where there is potential, should there be some opportunity adjacent to our existing urban areas, that we're poised to do that. We work very closely with our Public Works colleagues, with Director Graham. We're talking about these all the time, but really what it is, you have to ensure that there's policy ability to do that. And once there is, then there's criteria. Again, I think we're talking about simply the areas that are adjacent, at least from my perspective, to what the urban areas already are. So when that comes around, there's already usually servicing up to a point. If we can continue that and then, look to loop those services, that's advantage from a variety of fronts, and I think we can easily demonstrate that.
Thank you very much, Chair Russell.
Thank you, Councillor Bonet, and we have Mayor Easton up next. Go ahead, Mayor Easton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Matt, for all the work that you and your staff have done on this document. I have two questions, and one of them relates to the value-added proposition, which was front and center in the 2016 version. So the context of that at the time, I believe, was really around the green belt. It was the only way, it was the only policy direction that could be developed. I shouldn't say it was the only one that could be developed. The council of the day were very creative in their interpretation, and it was the right thing to do because it set an agenda for us to work with. I believe we've been very successful over the last 11 years. But is it the only context? Is the Greenbelt the only context for that? Will it be at risk in the future, or will we be able to continue moving in that direction where it's appropriate?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I don't think so, Your Worship. I think value-added agriculture and value-added options for agricultural operators is something that's going to continue no matter what happens. We're looking now, I know, in communications with the Niagara Escarpment Commission, they're looking at better recognizing opportunities for value-add agriculture in their policy set. It's already in the provincial policy set, Greenbelt or not, so I think it will continue.
Okay, the second question that I have is maybe not as directly clear, but during the budget process this year, some of the conversations that I had with the CAO really revolved around the initiatives that we were taking to decrease risk for the public in the matter of the way water flowed, how it was being controlled, and all of the things that that are assigned to that, including water pumping stations and their capacity and overflow problems that occur, et cetera. So now I'm beginning to see a greater demand from organizations outside of the municipalities where we are already partnering. And I'll use the Great Lakes Cities Initiative as one example of that. And so partnering with organizations like that around the resilience issues on our lakefront and the projects that we have. And if you look at the work we've done on Conkle Creek and the work that we've done on Bartlett, they always come through our operational plan through Public Works. But do you believe that there is protection enough for the position that we're taking on those types of projects, including anything that we might want to do with private enterprise, expanded intentions of both provincial and federal governments, and I'm thinking about the water quality issues that could come up. How do we stand with this document in terms of laying out the groundwork for that so that we can continue to do the work that we need to with other municipalities and other agencies?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So there's been some updates that probably help with that have come forward. First of all, I mentioned before, we've got to take a much closer look than we were previously, because previously it was more the region doing it, at watershed and sub-watershed planning and modeling, making sure that we're properly accounting for that, even from a source protection, drinking water standpoint. We've got to be much more cognizant of that moving forward, and I think by virtue of those alone, that opens the door and lays the foundation for some of the works that you're talking about, Your Worship. But we've also got other things embedded within this Shape Lincoln official plan that help, even from a climate change and adaptation standpoint. That provides, a good segue into some of the things you're talking about, just from a low-impact development, green and innovative technology, clean technology, biodiversity, all of those things. So I think, is there any one thing that's an absolute direct correlation, maybe not, but we've got a bunch of different elements that all contribute to moving forward in the way that you're mentioning.
And so if we talk about health of lakes, health of Lake Ontario, when we look at the portion of the lake that we're really directly involved in, you would definitely agree, and you would, and I could find in here, if I read every word, the references that would speak to our responsibility for clean water and water management as part of the watershed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, Your Worship, you would find that.
Okay. And what about the controversy that goes along with that, in terms of whether or not we're calling it climate change or climate adaptation, when we already know that, particularly even in this last year, we had significant rainfall that created risk for people within the community, even with all of the outstanding projects that we've already implemented. Can we find that in this document? Because again, Mr. Chairman, I repeat, it operationalizes through Public Works, but is this the document where that policy position we can continue to find?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, it is, because, I know the controversy about, there's maybe some that believe in climate change, there's maybe some that don't. But it doesn't have to be either extreme, and that's why the policies are structured the way they are. You mentioned yourself, even from year to year, forget longer-term, impacts, but even from year to year, there are changes that happen. We need to be able to adapt to those. And we're seeing, just by virtue of years past, what the range could be in those changes. And I think recognizing that that's a dynamic situation in of itself is a key component of our climate change policies. It's not about whether or not you believe in it. It's about, are we seeing more precipitation at certain times? Well, sure we are. How can we adapt to that? Are we seeing the need for energy reduction as well, to name another factor? Yeah, sure. That's an efficiency thing as much as it is a climate change thing. So when you frame it that way, I think there's effectiveness in the policies that we have.
Okay, so now, Mr. Chairman, I wasn't lying that I only had 2 questions, but Mr. Bruder brings up energy. Can we find, is it expressed in a comprehensive enough way in this document so that we know exactly what's happening in terms of energy and the expanded services that we're going to require?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it is, but at the same time, we were cognizant because, I don't think there's been sufficient modeling for some of these things or monitoring or even taking stock yet. We're working on some of these things now, but to go ahead and actually action those with things that, might have a budgetary impact or anything like that when we don't know the full scope. We've shied away from that. It's just providing general policy language that these are important things. We're going to look at opportunities to address them where feasible and providing the flexibility for us to have an open range of options on how we do that. So that's the way we've structured it.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Before we go back to Councillor Miklick, I'm just going to ask a quick question, probably, about, and I can't recall what page it was on, but there was some reference to, again, the expected population increase over the next 25 years to 2051 with the inclusion of the number of units that are going to go up. And I believe the number reference was somewhere in and around like 18,000 and change increase in population between now and 2051. I know a lot of those numbers are pushed down, and it's not something that, again, staff are sitting there doing a constant tick to figure out where we're going to be. But given, and I use the term gully that we're in right now as far as development goes, does the province or the region or our staff ever look at that number and try to extrapolate when potentially some of this development may start again? Because again, even just recently I read up to like 30 condo projects were canceled just in Hamilton alone, not including what is happening in the GTA and the rest of the Golden Horseshoe. That when, again, we've kind of talked about this in the past, when the shackles eventually do come off and there is interest in building condos again, there's no way we can identify if ours are going to be prioritized once the green light starts and all of these condos start getting built again. Again, it may not be another for 5 years, but ours may be low priority because maybe they don't have the density required to make them as viable as a GTA property. And again, if you look at the resources that are limited in terms of, not only developers themselves, but the actual people that are going to be building it, again, there are limitations on that. So has the region, the province, or our staff looked at those numbers and really tried to see if they're realistic and can actually we hit those in such a condensed time frame?
Yeah, through you and to you, Mr. Chair. The short answer is we could. The long answer is there's a whole bunch of factors, some of which you just said. Like, we don't know what the future is going to hold. I would tell you, I would acknowledge and agree that if you looked at, like, those projections happened, like I said, they were put into place when the region adopted their official plan in 2022. Even then, from now, things have changed significantly. You know, if I judged strictly on those years alone from then to now, are we on pace to hit those targets? No, not at the moment. But there could be a massive uptick. Like, we do have a lot of units, just Prudhome's alone, in the pipeline. And if everything picks up, they could go relatively quickly. So it's still possible. Are we doing some work to identify that? We are. I don't know necessarily, though, if that results in a reduction to those numbers that we're putting in the documents, only because those numbers, you know, it's not just to say thou shalt grow that much. It's also, if you are going to grow that much, you want to make sure that you draw attention to that so you've got proper investment in the infrastructure you need. Because the region still contributes to infrastructure needs of all the lower tier municipalities. So there's that part of it too. I wouldn't want to, you know, take a few years and say, well, you know, we better cut those in half. This isn't going to happen, only to find out later that maybe there's an uptick, and then we're not, you know, we're undercutting, which is worse, in my opinion. So the answer to your question is, yeah, like right now, those projections are probably a little on the high side based on what we've seen, but it's still possible.
Okay, thank you for that. And I agree. Based on your discussions with developers, are you finding any of them shifting their priorities to maybe a lower density form just to, again, keep projects moving and some revenue coming in for them and maybe addressing a market that might be more tenable right now?
Yeah, some of them. Some of them are going towards that. A lot are, not a lot, there's a few that are looking to shift to rental. So tenure can also be a thing. But yeah, what comes along with that is sometimes now you're trying to achieve kind of a cost effectiveness. So, you know, there's a threshold between having to build up to a certain height to accommodate all those units and coming down and cutting your costs. So there is some of that going on, not on a large scale yet. There's only been a relative handful or less, but it is something I've been hearing a little bit about.
Okay, thank you for that. And Councillor Mikulik, you are back in the queue.
Thank you very much. Just a point of clarification, in particular with that property that was mentioned earlier on 19th Street and, you know, how it's zoned under the NEC or Niagara Escarpment. And you said that there's no real zoning for it, you know, it's dictated by the province. So what, like, I'm trying to understand, like, why is that a farm? Why, like, what about all the other properties that are in that NEC swath or that, you know, that zoning? How are their uses determined? How is that regulated as far as what it was allowed to be there, what's currently there, and what's proposed or in the future to be there?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the Niagara Escarpment Plan, just like, you know, the town official plan or zoning bylaw has a list of permitted uses that are allowed. They've got different designations. They've got escarpment urban, which allows some urban uses. That would be your Albright lands there. They got redesignated to that, South Beamsville. You've got escarpment environment, which is, or escarpment rural, sorry. That's what we're talking about here. And then there's another classification. And within each of those, there's a range of permitted uses, usually, you know, single detached dwelling, agricultural uses, a barn, a crop, maybe in some cases greenhouses. And then there could be some value add stuff that Mayor Easton was talking about that could be permitted. But there is a range. I can offline provide you what that is. But the short answer is it's a farm because that's what the previous owners decided to use it for. And it was permitted under the Niagara Escarpment Commission. So that's why it's there as it is. But it could have been a couple other things at least.
But just to clarify, you mentioned that property, that farm was rural residential. But isn't it, or sorry, like, am I mixing something up?
It's escarpment rural, Councillor.
Escarpment rural.
You could put a house on it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay, but it, like, because it's a farm.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I just want to make sure, clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mikulik, and thank you, Director Bruder. Oh, Councillor Bernays back in with his hand up. Go right ahead, Councillor Bernay.
Sorry to bust your balloon there, Chair. Just one question for you. I'm wondering, Mr. Bruder, through you, Chair, if you could just make a comment with regards to the commenting agencies. I noticed a long list of them. Councillor Rinjima asked with regards to one of the firms that had asked a question late today. I'm just wondering if you could comment on the information that has been given back to the Indigenous groups. There was quite a few of them that had commented. I'm wondering if you could just make a brief comment on discussions that we've had. I noticed a lot of letters that were dated back to 2024. If there's been any update to the Indigenous groups that were looking to comment.
Through you, Mr. Chair. That's right, Councillor. There was some input that we received. Largely, the Indigenous groups are just making sure that we have policy wording that speaks to making sure that they're consulted with on appropriate items of interest for them, especially as it pertains to natural environment, heritage, and cultural interests, things like that. We did make some changes in the official plan, some additions, ensuring that that consultation occurs. I mean, generally speaking, it's best practice no matter what, but to formally recognize it in the official plan document, that's something that we have added some verbiage, and we actually closed the loop, especially the most significant comments came from Mississaugas, the New Credit First Nation, and we replied to them that we did include that wording, and my understanding is that addressed what they wanted to be addressed. So we did make some revisions according to the comments we received from those groups.
That's great. Thank you, Matt. I really appreciate that. I know when we were at Roma, Mayor Easton and myself and the CAO met with an individual that is going to give us some, I think, really sage advice. And I know Mayor Easton is going to run with that on developing relationships. So that's why I asked the question. I think it's really important as we continue to move forward because they touch us in so many areas. Lastly, Chair, just to follow up on the letter from the Masonry Council. And I asked this question only because architectural design seems to come up on many, many, many applications. I can't remember how many times over the years I've heard Mayor Easton ask when we're looking at an application about architectural design and how we build it into the nature and the fabric of our community. I think of Woodburn Cottage as an example and Heritage Homes. And I ask this because the Masonry Council gave an example of the city of Brantford where they are looking to ensure that whenever possible, they're putting in their documents that they as a municipality want to ensure that block and brick are used whenever possible, that vinyl siding, et cetera, should be used at a minimum. And I'm just wanting to see what your opinion is as the director of planning in this municipality, whether you think you have the ability to strengthen that, because I just want to know what your thoughts are. You know, we're going to be looking at, affordable housing projects. I don't know how strong we can be on this, but there are agencies asking that question. So through you, Chair, that's my final question, Mr. Graham, Mr. Bruder. I look forward to your response.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I was a little bit surprised to see that example because, as I've mentioned before, generally speaking, the ability to, enforce or require that level of architectural detailing and be that specific is not something that I'm aware of that's any longer afforded to municipalities. I did say, however, not necessarily, completely tied in with block and brick versus siding, but just from a general architectural design, general community design standpoint, we did leave some items in our official plan that were previously there. And the reason being is just because we're not mandated to be able to do that, we still want to have those discussions. But in my opinion, you also heard and you saw in those comments from the Masonry Council that they also want to look at things like a community permit planning system to expedite approvals. Well, to me, it's kind of hard when you're asking for that level of detailing and then you're also trumpeting things like affordable housing and streamlined approvals. To me, they didn't quite go hand in hand. But I mean, I can still tell you that, we're not devoid of architectural or community design guidelines. We still have them. If we were, looking at things like a heritage property, like you mentioned, that's different. We have more ability there to request those things. So there's still some levers there, but in all honesty, based on all the provincial policy changes that have come down, I'm not sure how much further I think it's appropriate to take it here. Those are my thoughts, Councillor.
Thanks, Director Bruder. Thanks, Councillor Bernay. Mayor Easton, last comment?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A couple of things. The bells started going on in my head when you made that comment about habitat and the loss of linkages. But then I forgot about it for a minute. But now I don't want to forget about it because I'm trying to figure out, what happens when and you did it, you actually created the negativity in my head when you put your hand out like that, and all I could see was, really important creatures that live in our community being stuck here and no way for them to move around. Do you think that you can, I'll use Councillor Brunet's language, can you strengthen that position a little bit by looking at how much agricultural land we have and checking those areas where there is that more urban, rural connectivity? Can we work with that a bit more? I think this is a little bit horrifying.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's not the best policy update, that's for sure, but it did come around nonetheless. We try to mitigate it by, whenever we make reference to the Endangered Species Act, endangered species, we've got to go by the letter of what the policy says. But we did have lots of wording in our natural environment policies that still speak to natural environment linkages and corridors and things. We kept that wording in there.
Oh, okay.
So maybe it's not specific to, endangered species per se. We'd like to think that for the most part, a lot of it is still captured that way. So it was just a little bit of, changing the wording and revising the sections to accommodate provincial policy changes, but still trying to keep that in mind.
Okay, those linkages in the regional program were very, very hard won. And I would hate to see those all disappear, so see what you can do there. And Mr. Chairman, the whole issues around cheap facades, I'll just be blunt about it because that's what we're talking about here. So in an area where we already have the use of some block formation, I'll just use the co-op housing that we have on John Street. It's a great-looking building. And so where it already exists, if that's the primary material that's been used in an area, could we take more of a firm position, or can we work with that when we're actually negotiating some of these pieces with builders who want to use vinyl siding? I mean, I don't think that people live in affordable housing units have to live with vinyl siding either, quite frankly.
No, but through you, Mr. Chairs, I don't know necessarily that all of them, they might not care. They might like vinyl siding. The answer is yes, we can still work on things through negotiation, 100%.
Okay.
But it's hard to, in my opinion, again, you can't, gone are the days where you can actually mandate in a certain area of towns, you must use X, Y, and Z materials.
We get that, but we also know how talented you are. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Without a doubt. All right, that feels like a bow. Let's put it on it. Director Bruder, yeoman's work up there, much appreciated. There being no further questions, I have a motion moved by Mayor Easton that committee receive and file for information report PD-01-26 regarding Shape Lincoln official plan update, and the committee endorsed the Town of Lincoln's updated official plan, Shape Lincoln, and that committee directs staff to bring the official plan back to council for adoption, and that committee confirm that they have considered all the written and oral submissions and agrees with the planning report analysis and recommendations, and finds that the updated official plan meets the Planning Act criteria and is consistent with the provincial planning statement. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open. The vote is now closed, and it carries.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. A little housekeeping before we move on. We are fast approaching the 10 p.m. deadline, so we are going to put a motion on the table, moved by Councillor Mikulik, to extend past our 10 p.m. ceiling until all the agenda items are completed. So I will ask the Deputy Clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open. Councillor Timmers, if you could provide your vote verbally, please.
In favor.
The vote is now closed and it carries.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk. As there are no further reports for the Planning and Economic Development Committee agenda, I will ask the Deputy Clerk to transition the gavel to our next committee agenda, which is the General Business and Finance Committee.
We will now consider item 9.2.1, Report LS 126, Delegated Authority Bylaw Proposed Amendments. The Town Clerk, Director of Legislative Enterprise and Information Services, and the CAO will provide introductory comments. Director Kirkolos and CAO Kirkopoulos, please go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good evening, Mayor and members of Council. This report has been prepared in collaboration with the corporate leadership team, the CAO, and in consultation with our legal counsel to ensure it meets legislative standards, alignment, and conformity with the new provincial policy. It brings forward updates that clarify key items as well as reflect recent legislative changes and operational efficiency. If the CAO has some comments he would like to add, and/or staff are available to answer any questions that Council has. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Clerk, or sorry, through you, Madam Deputy, or Madam Chair. You know, I think it's been a while since I've been at a meeting. Yeah, I don't have a lot of comments to add, other than, I think as the clerk said, it is about establishing the policy framework and coming in alignment with a lot of the changing legislation. Staff are here to answer any questions that council may have that are particular to any of the delegated authorities in here. Delegated authority isn't new, something that we've been bringing forward for the last number of years as the province and other levels of government change what's required. And a lot of it has been about us regularly reporting back to council, which we've done, which I think further solidifies the transparency and accountability that when we first talked about this a number of years ago, council wanted. So here to answer any questions you may have specifically, and as our staff.
Thank you, Mr. CAO. I have a couple of people in the queue. Councillor Russell, you're first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One very quick question. For probably Director Bruder, under Planning and Development, it says authority to approve common elements, condominium applications, which establishes so on and so forth. What are common elements? Can you give some definitions or, examples?
Yes, Councillor, those are, when you look at a condominium, you've got elements of that property that are maintained by the condo corporation. Think about visitor parking, sometimes landscaped areas, sometimes a little community open space, things like that. Those are common element pieces within the condo. It doesn't really have anything to do with the unit types or where people reside or the built form. It's those pieces that are maintained.
Oh, that's perfect, thank you. I was thinking like a common element is a request to go up 2 stories is quite common, so you can now approve that. So we'll let this one go, and thank you for that response.
That was good humor for toward the end of the evening. Thank you for that. Councillor Mikulik, you're next. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through you two, and I'm not sure who to, because we're talking about delegated authority and negotiating and on our behalf as council. And I'm trying to understand, like, you know, as far as like reports or like trying to understand how we find out what has occurred, you know. And I look at, like, let's take, for example, delegating to negotiate and execute payment plans for not that one, more significant one that could be more significant, development charge repayment plans. Like, if it's a significant, like a pretty large development of some sort, how do we know really what's going on with that negotiation? Should we know what's going on with that negotiation in the end of it all, so that we have some sort of idea of how much did this cost? Was it a little? Was it a lot? Like, what? I'm just trying to understand that. I don't know how other municipalities manage this. I don't know. I just know that, like, certain developments can be quite significant, and we're not talking about, you know, buying a box of paper, you know, $1,000 here or there. Like, this could be like hundreds of thousands that will we or would we ever find out about or know? And I'm not trying to generate any, I don't trust this guy or that person or this lady. You know, it's just something like that. Those checks and balances when you delegate authority, especially when that particular one could be quite significant.
Yeah, I think the CAO, are you going to speak to that?
Through you, Madam Chair, why don't I start, and if any member of CLT or the clerk wants to chime in, they can. I mean, I think it's a legitimate question, Councillor, in terms of how do you find out if things cost the town or if things cost the municipality. Let me start with the cost piece. Anything we negotiate, if there is a payment plan in place, it's with the appropriate interest, it's with the appropriate fees that would allow that to happen. So sometimes it's about how the payment plan occurs, not is the town any negatively impacted. So in those particular cases, the town wouldn't be negatively impacted. It's just how we negotiate the terms of the agreement. But we, by legislation, by our own policies and council's policies, have to make sure we're not negatively impacted, we're not bonusing, we're not giving breaks to anyone. So the appropriate interest would be charged in that particular case. I guess your question becomes, how does council get updated on those particular matters, or where are the checks and balances? Definitely there's legislation that dictates how we do that. Both the chief planner, our CFO, also have legislated and provincial responsibilities in how those are negotiated. Legal's involved in all of that as well. So I would say some of those automatically, in terms of when we provide updates to council, can and do get reported back, and we'll continue that practice or solidify that practice if it's something that council wants further than that. But I did want to clarify the portion about things that cost the town. It wouldn't be costing the town because we would be recouping those monies. So I don't know if any additional staff, I see Director Bruder nodding. But yeah, if any other staff want anything to add to that. So I think it's a matter of how do you find out we're doing it, but I think the key piece in there is we're still getting our money, we're still getting all the appropriate interest charges if we do indeed make an agreement like that. Sometimes, you know, our role and responsibility is to move things forward, and so some of those agreements are things that we would naturally do and that the legislation provides and affords us the ability to do.
Well, thank you for that answer. It's just a question, like, you know, and it's because we've delegated quite a bit in the last few years, and I find out about things after the fact as a counselor, and I'm like, oh man, I wish I would have known that, or you know, well, you delegated that, and I don't know how the reporting piece of this goes, like what staff's responsibility would be to keep us up to date on things like that occur. And again, I'm not talking about the little stuff and the small stuff. I'm talking about the significant stuff that, you know, changes, within a planning application that, you know, we delegated, or significant fees and charges or negotiations to push development forward, make things happen. I just want to make sure that, you know, council is aware of what's going on, and we just don't find out afterwards, and you know, that's why I bring it up. And I know it's a sensitive situation, subject, and generates, this guy doesn't trust us, but I'm sorry, I just feel like I have to bring that question up, so.
Through you, Madam maybe I'll just quickly chime in one more time, and then I see the clerk wanting to chime in. Through you, Madam Chair, to the councillor. Yeah, councillor, I understand you've reiterated it's not it's not about trust. It's just, I think, about the checks and balances and you wanting some clarity. I would say on development charges, because that one seems to be the one coming up, you'll recall, council will recall that development charges now get paid at occupancy. And a lot of the changes that you're referencing are indeed legislated changes. So they're not necessarily a council decision. They're not even really a staff decision. They're things that we administer on your behalf, but they're really legislated changes that's approved by the province. But noted in terms of maybe more of a explicit reporting back, not something that just gets added to a report or something that isn't maybe as front and center, although I do think we do a good job reporting back and being very transparent with those, but I do see the clerk wanting to chime in.
Perfect. No, I know it gets reported in a general, like a big number, in a big block number, but maybe breaking it down a little bit in that budget time period would help a little bit understanding the numbers, because the numbers can get pretty large. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mikulik. Mayor Easton, you're next.
I'm sorry, I thought the clerk was going to provide some. I just have one piece that I would add. I signed 2 site plan agreements today. I think they were, I don't know, close to 50 pages. It was all a recital, except for about 1/3 of one page that had the fees on it. And so there wasn't anything, and there were 2 of them, so I was able to compare them. There were absolutely no changes between the 2 of them. So, I mean, we set the policy on the fees, and without a change in direction by us, staff would work within those fees, and I think our level of trust with them is such that if there is a major change, as you're suggesting, that they would come to us and ask for a change in policy, even if it's temporary. But there is a lot of policy coming down from the province, and we probably need to really keep tabs on that personally to find out where things are at, because I think I've said this a number of times in the last few months. There was a time when we were lucky if we heard from the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing 3 times a year. Now we're hearing from them 3 times a week. And so it's not easy to keep track of everything that's going on, but that is one of our roles. But these are good questions, and this is always a policy that should have questions assigned to it. Thanks very much, Mr. Chairman. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so I have a question myself. The site plans, so currently site plans are not something that there's no public process. It doesn't come to council except for approval. We don't consider it, we don't review it. But if it's on the agenda for approval under bylaws, sometimes we'll bring it up and ask questions about it. So with the proposed delegation of site plans to planning staff, would it still land on an agenda and give us an opportunity to ask questions about it and bring it up and pull it and talk about it? Or would that be something that we might get in our weekly correspondence package on a Friday? How would that roll? Because I know there's times when we look at it, we go, oh, look at that, isn't that interesting? That's in my ward, or that's in someone else's ward, and I hadn't heard about it till now, but, you know, as the ward councillor, I'd like to ask questions about it. So how do we see that playing out? Through myself to to Matt? Okay, sorry, I couldn't see your light on over there. Yeah.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. I think the idea is that it wouldn't be on an agenda, so to speak, anymore, because again, now as it comes, really, what you're seeing is you're seeing an administrative item. The approval's already been, that's delegated to staff, has been for years. We're approving it. It's literally just passing the bylaw, which is administrative. It's not an opportunity to really contest anything because that approval's been delegated. But I understand your comments about, you know, maybe especially ward councillors wanting to comment or at least ask a question or two about it since it's happening in their wards. So I think that's a good takeaway in terms of maybe we can provide a little bit of a structure, or my staff can, whenever there's an application that's coming to the end of the site plan process, we can definitely notify the ward councillors and maybe provide an opportunity for a little bit of Q&A if necessary through those channels, if that would be helpful.
I think that would be helpful. I mean, I've always kind of wondered that. You know, they're not in our, it's not a public process, it's not our decision, it's always been delegated to staff, yet we get the bylaw. So, however, I kind of like that, to be able to look at it. So, what you're proposing, what would we have to do? Would that be a direction to staff? Okay, I think Julie, the clerk, go ahead.
I think it's a great suggestion, and I think that with other things that we do update council on, even though some of it may be delegated, I think that it's just a simple line item that we can add under that section in the appendix that planning staff will update ward councillors, just as Matt suggested, but still go ahead with the delegated authority, just so that council is still being updated on it. I have no issues adding that to the appendix at all. I think it's a great suggestion.
I would appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, I have Councillor Mikulik next in the queue.
Thank you very much. And through you, all of these delegated authorities, any one of them that we've ever passed, we can always revoke at any time. As a council, if we say, you know, this ain't working out, we can talk about ourselves and say, this ain't working out, right? And so we can, okay.
That's
perfect.
correct, Councillor.
All right, perfect.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Mikulik. So far, nobody else is in the queue. So there are no more questions. I have a motion moved by Councillor Brunet from far away. That committee receive report LS 0126 regarding the delegated authority bylaw proposed amendments for information, and that committee approve the updated proposed amendments to the delegated authority bylaw as outlined in Appendix B of the report. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open.
Thank you.
The vote is closed and it carries.
Oh, thank you, Deputy Clerk. Moving on to the next item on the agenda, confidential items. We will now consider agenda item number 10, motion to consider confidential items. Before I read the motion and we move into closed, I would like to explain what will happen for those watching this meeting online. Staff will be turning off, what?
Oh.
Okay. Staff will be turning off the live webcast during the closed portion of the meeting. Once we have completed the closed portion of the meeting, we will resume with the live webcast and carry on with the public portion of the meeting, and we'll read the motions in public session. I have a motion moved by Councillor Mikulik. Under Section 239 of the Municipal Act, notice is hereby given that committee adjourned closed session in order to address item 10.1 as follows. Pursuant to Section 239 2B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and D, labor relations or employee negotiations as it pertains to the shared fire services. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open. The vote is closed and it carries.
Thank you. Our deputy clerk will now proceed with the technical requirements to move into closed session. Yeah. Okay. Our closed session is completed, and I have a motion by Councillor Russell that committee resume in open session. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open.
Thank you.
The vote is now closed, and it carries.
Okay, thank you. I have a motion moved by Councillor I guess it's not Pachariva. That would be Councillor Brunet. Mayor Easton. I have a motion moved by Mayor Easton that committee receive and file the confidential update and that staff move forward as directed in closed session as it relates to item 10.1 pursuant to section 239(2)B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and D, labor relations or employee negotiations as it pertains to the shared fire services. I will now ask our deputy clerk to open the vote.
Thank you, Chair. The vote is now open.
Thank you.
The vote is closed, and it carries.
Great. So do we have any committee remarks? Okay, seeing none, there being no... Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Easton, go ahead. Please do. I might have done that myself. Oh.
I want to thank the staff for this agenda. And I know it was very lengthy, it was very comprehensive. There were a lot of things that went together, and it was a great way to start the year, so thank you very much.
Thank you for that, I agree. So seeing no more committee remarks, there being no further business, I call this meeting adjourned at 10:44 p.m. Thank you.
Good night.